Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
If I was all clemmed out like I get sometimes, I could literally be by that stage and be like, whoa, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But Bubba, you don't
if I had
trip.
a lawn chair, I could handle
Bubba, you don't
that.
trip like these people trip.
If I had a lawn
That guy's in a
chair.
freaking bed. Did you see that?
Yeah, now see if I can
They're
get
in a
that.
bed.
If Lummy will get a
They're in a
bed.
California King.
Lummy will push me around in a California King, bitch. I'll stay to the end. I swear to God. Lummy, if I start sleeping, just keep pushing me around, okay? Don't stop pushing, Lummy.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Man, we're tripping balls already. Thursday, November 9, 2023, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Of course, it's a Thursday, and he makes more than he misses. And that is the great babyface Brian Matroni. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing?
Good, buddy. What's been going on in your world, my friend? A lot of busy.
Since last week, yeah, moderately. You know, it's kind of a dry time of the year, so less accidents, fewer accidents.
I was talking to Gina. She came down and kind of saved me from Tom a few days ago, and she was saying that, again, I don't know about all this in behind the scenes stuff, but how DeSantis had just cut an unbelievable $80 million insurance deal, and a lot of personal injury attorneys like yourself. You know, now not only do you do, like, your wheelhouse kind of is like, you know, automobile accidents, medical mal, and then for quite a while, and it was windshield repair. You would do that as well. And she was telling me how DeSantis, and you could probably, I'm sure I'm just setting you up for a huge elaboration, which is what I'm looking for, but how DeSantis came in, cut a deal, got some underhanded $80 million insurance, yippee-yo, and now pretty much wiped out the entire glass deal.
Yeah,
sure will. 25 on the Cash App.
They went at attorneys hard this last session, and
he
went
for it, right? Like, he really, you know.
And it wasn't to quote unquote better Florida. It was to better his chances of winning the presidential primary, because the insurance industry, the chambers of commerce, they all vowed to donate a certain amount of money to his presidential fund if he would do these certain things, and he gave them everything.
Oh, I mean,
he left no meat on the bone for future governors. I mean, he gave them everything they wanted.
Now, can future governors come in and reverse that, or no? Are there things that are reversible or not?
Yes, they could change the law. It's just the problem is for plaintiffs, for people in Florida, is that Florida is not a purple state anymore. I mean, the idea that it is a myth. It is a red state.
No, I don't think so.
100%, man.
I think DeSantis came in and really redded us. Okay, hold on.
No, we've been red for a while.
Hold on now.
The House and the Senate have been very red for quite some time. It got so red now from the last 2 years that they have like a super majority.
But hold on now. Hold on. Here's the time, and I always make fun of him, and I liked him. I like him as a person. I love him as a person. I like him as a person. I know him. He used to call my show a lot. He was kick-ass. Well, I thought he was really kick-ass governor when he was Republican. He got some really bad advice to go against. Was it Bob Graham that Charlie went against? I don't know. He went against an iconic senator. He wanted to not. He could have been.
He ran against Rick Scott. I think.
No, he did not. No, he did not. No, he did not.
I don't remember.
No, he did not.
Okay.
No, he did not.
He didn't.
Are you sure he did not?
Let me look that up. Look it up, and then we'll go ahead and Facebook. It'll be nice to be up 1-0 on him this early. He's that wrong, and I'm that right this early, especially about politics, something that he knows far more about.
Well, he lost for the Senate in 2010. It looks like he lost out to Marco Rubio.
No, 19. It was Rubio. That's what I got confused. But in '98, he lost to Bob Graham. But he also lost to Rubio.
What I'm saying is, he was an absolute shoo-in for a two-timer governor. I mean, locked in. Would you not agree? He was locked in for a two-time governor. Just don't, be a two-time governor, then go on and do something. He decided not to run for a second term in governor and went after this. I mean, Bob Graham. I didn't like him necessarily, but he was how the Koppelopoulos and the Grahams and the Casters. This whole area is full of just these families that are political royalty, if you will, and that nobody will ever
That's the story, no matter where you go.
Yeah. So anyway, Bob Graham was one of those. He was a what? Like a 400-time senator.
Yeah.
I mean, he was at least a 4-timer.
From 79, it looks like. He was the governor, and then he was a senator from 89 to 2005.
87 to 05.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and you're not going to beat that guy. You're not going to beat that guy. So Charlie, instead of being a two-time governor, he decides he wants to be a U.S. senator, gets his ass kicked, and he's been scrambling ever since. Flipped parties, went to independent, back over to Democrat, back over to independent. I got to tell you, man, and if there was a time that Florida was ripe for the picking, will be this next governor election. I mean, he could very well pull it off just based on popularity and name recognition. I think. You don't think so?
I think people have grown tired of him.
Do you think he's the ultimate carpetbagging flip-flopper, and that's what everybody just thinks?
Yeah.
Charlie, there's a dog catcher race in Pinellas. Why don't you go run for it, right?
Yeah, well, which seat's open?
Yeah.
We got to run as the Green Party. Okay.
So looking ahead and however many, I mean, one, if DeSantis would be the president, get the GOP election.
Oh God!
No, hold on. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I'm talking about a vacancy in the governorship. I'm talking about how would it be a special runoff if DeSantis went on to win president, which I don't think is going to happen.
Well, Andy's changed the law that he gets to. So he
changed the law where you didn't have to
step down as governor. I mean, it is fascism. I'm sorry. There's no other way to describe it. But when you change the law
he's the one who put the law in.
Right.
Yeah.
When you change the law to suit yourself, that not to serve the people, it is fascism.
Listen, we're dancing with you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying formatically what happens. Does Florida have a special runoff for the governor if all of a sudden he's the president? And there's this much term left in his governor, deal. Do they have a special runoff, or is the lieutenant governor the guy?
I believe they typically step down and the lieutenant governor moves up.
Yeah, that's what it would be. It would be the lieutenant governor.
All right,
and so until the next election.
Right, right, exactly.
Which would be in 2 years.
And so looking forward to that. Boy, that's going to be a Wild West. People that probably we don't even really know, or is that where the Bob Buckhorns and all these people come out? Because we really don't have. Do we have any big slinging D's in the state right now that are real popular that people are saying, oh, man, I'm telling you, that could mean me be the next governor? Well, I don't think we have that. I don't think there's a buzz on anybody right now.
Nikki Fried tried. She was the only one who won the statewide election in DeSantis' first term. She was the only Democrat at all represented in government at a statewide level in, 2018. But she tried to run for governor, and she lost in the primary to Chris.
On the Republican side, there's a gentleman, Byron Donaldson, down in South Florida.
All right, never heard of him.
He's an African American.
Perfect. Let's put him in there.
A lot of people are liking him in the.
All right, then what
House.
about on the Dem side? What do they got? They're gonna put
Ain't much in the state.
Yeah,
And-
I'm
and-
getting
well,
ready to say it's pretty. The cupboard's pretty bare.
This is the problem you run into when you don't have any statewide office. You don't have any influence in the House or the Senate, is how do you become a viable candidate, right? What are you doing actively politically to get your name out there, to get recognition, to build that name recognition?
Right.
If Nikki Fried had just stayed in her lane and served as a
waited.
two-time commissioner of agriculture, let Chris go up against DeSantis, and then wait.
Let
and
DeSantis figure out what he's going to end up being.
Still be that kind of thorn in the side and there in the state government.
And then pow, boom, you're there.
She could have had a chance.
Anyway, so last night was the Republican, what was it, third? Was this the third?
Yes, it was the third one.
The third debate?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch it.
Did anybody? I didn't.
watched a little
I mean,
bit of it.
a bunch of candidates who aren't going to be the nominee.
Well,
Yeah.
Arguing.
what's his name? Vivek or Ramanowski, whatever his name is.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
He pretty much just absolutely made all the headlines.
Well,
killing everybody.
I got some of the headlines. We'll go through them, here. And one of them is Ron DeSantis wins the battle with Nikki Haley. Florida governor gets, again, I'm just reading, I'm not giving you my opinion, I'm reading the headlines. Florida governor gets huge boost as Daily Mail debate poll reveals viewers rated his performance far better than his closest rival, and the majority thinks he's the best candidate to take on Trump.
Yeah.
So
okay.
that's that. There is some footage from it, Lummy. We'll probably get into that as well. I thought from the little bit, Anna sent me some prep, and I watched a few things. I did, and things that
Some gotcha moments.
Yeah, and I thought Lester Holt, man, I really like Lester Holt. I really do. He just
He's pretty even keel.
he really is.
Yeah.
And he just comes across just calm, cool, collected.
He has that kind of Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, Walter Cronkite type, like broadcaster feel to him.
Right, calm, cool, educated. I don't know, man. I really like Lester Holt. I thought he did a pretty good job last night. I mean, you don't got a lot to work with here. And here's a little excerpt from last night.
Speak to Republican voters who
I was trying to maximize it, but it's not letting me, maximize anywhere here. I don't know if I don't think that's a maximization.
I don't think that's it. Yeah, that's
so we're gonna have to be a little.
AOL hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
are supporting Donald Trump. Why should you and not him be the Republican nominee to face Joe Biden?
Now, see, I don't know who is doing DeSantis's clothing or his hair, or if he even has. I got to think that these people have all types of consultants that are just analyzing every little, even your facial expression and your body language. And to me, doesn't he look shoulder slumped and somewhat, I wouldn't say disheveled, but not tight looking.
So
not buttoned up.
100%.
Am I right?
If you're looking at a suit, the points of the sleeve and the neckline here, right? They're supposed to meet at the corner of your shoulder. And his go all the way another inch and a half out beyond his arm.
It's like, honest to God,
so
you could put Vasilevsky shoulder pads in there.
Yeah, it creates this frumpy, exactly what you said, slouched look.
Right.
When you wear a slim fit suit or a modern cut fit suit.
Or no, hold on. A custom tailored suit, maybe?
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
That really only costs about an extra $100.
And I can't look at him without seeing Alfred E. Newman anymore.
I can't look
every
at
time I look at his face, it's like the cover of Mad Magazine.
So, but here's the deal. Like, stand up, get your posture right, get your facial expressions right, get a suit that fits, one that's really sharp, right? It's only a few $100 difference.
Like even his tie is not tied too great.
Maybe even a different, like, you just look like Grandpa going to church on Sunday.
Which is ridiculous because he's pretty young.
Yeah, and
he's 43.
And I mean, listen, whether you like him or not, he's a pretty good looking man. I mean, he's a pretty good looking dude.
At least he was when he was in the military.
Sure, but I mean, he could continue his gracefully aging as
no
a
doubt.
as a
Especially
good looking dude. What was that article you sent me? The best looking man in the world? Oh God!
Sexiest man alive.
Oh my God! I was looking at that today, and I'm like, I'm not gay or nothing, but I think I'm secure enough in my manhood to say that, oh my God, that's a pretty good. Here we go, Patrick Dempsey. Like, that guy is, what is he?
They called him McDreamy for a reason.
He's my age. He's 57. And I'm pretty secure in my sexuality to say that that's a good-looking man. Like, that is
can't
a
really
good
age better than that.
looking.
Yeah.
What's that?
You can't really age better than that.
Like that
as a white guy.
That dude's just full head of hair. Like, just that guy's money.
Well,
that guy's straight money.
That's what money looks like, right?
Well, I mean, I don't think he's had a lot of work done.
No. But I'm saying when you have financial independence, you have the ability to take better care of yourself.
You're probably right. If you're outside and working for the Warsaw Park Department blowing leaves in December, your face is getting all cracked out from being outside. People that are outside all day, man, they really leather and weather not so good.
That, and also, he's probably not processed stuff. He's working out.
Yeah.
He's doing cold plunges. He's doing sauna four times a week.
He's got some growth hormone.
TRT.
I mean, Brad Pitt and George Clooney are aging well.
Because I can tell you right now, he very little bit of Botox on the forehead.
Yeah, not much.
But letting the crow's feet go is a smart move because sometimes that will stretch a guy out or make the eyes look a little actually droopier down here.
Right.
But no, the work that what little work he's had done is the right amount.
Now, see, if Ron DeSantis was on the Patrick Dempsey deal, and I think Ron DeSantis may be 10 years his junior, I think.
I'd say more. He's like 44.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick Swayze. Patrick Dempsey, sexiest man alive, 57 years old, man. Thank you, Anna, for the article.
Austin Yeager, 10 on the Cash App.
Thank you very much. Let's continue with the
Squinty Ronnie D.
Can I borrow some money? I'll gladly pay you back on Tuesday for this hamburger. It looks like, what was that guy on Popeye? Wimpy. Yeah, Wimpy.
A year from now. Now, if you look where we are now, it's a lot different than where we were in 2016. And Donald Trump's a lot different guy than he was in 2016.
He needs to hit the gym. He needs to hit the gym a little bit and kind of puff up, kind of get a little bit of muscle definition in those shoulders, because your suit, it sits differently on you when you have a little bit of deltoid and a little bit of trapezoid.
So you're saying instead of getting a new suit, he should just get a new body?
No.
Much easier to buy a new suit.
What I'm saying, Anna, is you do both. You really, really start doing some gym stuff, and you get a suit that's been custom tailored. But if you have some deltoids and some trapezoids and some front delts and a little bit of back, that your clothing fits on you a little bit different.
It sure does.
And it looks better. It looks way better.
Well, it's hard when you're governor and running for president at the same time.
The presidential campaign trail is a 24/7 job. When you're speaking to 10 old people at the Rotary Club of Northern Iowa, and you're doing that, and you're going right to a library after that, and then to a book signing.
I have a suggestion, and Mark Martin. Anybody know who Mark Martin
Sure
is?
do.
Okay.
No.
Mark Martin, former
the
driver.
NASCAR driver.
Yeah.
He hold on. He drove for Winn-Dixie back in the day.
Hell
man.
yeah, the 6 car.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was
I know all about him.
He was a unbelievable NASCAR driver. He finished second in the championship points like 5 times. He never won it. I think he currently lives in New Smyrna Beach.
Oh, nice.
I think he's got kind of like a John Travolta type setup where he can fly right into his own property. He's a very avid aviation guy as well. But if you ever go back and look at, he was a tiny guy.
He was almost
He was like
jockey.
5. He was like
mostly tiny.
Yeah, no. I mean,
like 5'6".
They used to be smaller, but
yeah, no,
they're bigger now.
I always think they're
Anna,
like little jockey guys.
No, NASCAR
like
guys.
Kyle Larson or something.
Some of them are, but some of them are 5'10", 175 too, like kind of normal, like Brian size or a little bit heavier. But that being said, Mark was little, little dude, but he was really, really, really. This is a true story. You can look it up. He was really into fitness, really into weightlifting, really into, just, lifting weights and fitness. And back when Mark ran, when Tim Richmond was out getting AIDS, Mark Martin was working out. And so he actually had, and this is all the NASCAR people will tell you, he had his bus, like his Prevost bus, right, Brian? Mm-hmm. Well, he had his bus pulled this trailer. And in the trailer, he had like 15 pieces of gym equipment. And he literally would just go back there when they would get to a track and work out. Like, so he'd have his gym equipment there the entire time.
Macho just got a boner.
Yeah, exactly. Macho's like, oh, yeah, if I had a bus and a gym that was hooked onto my bus, and I could take the bus to the music festival, then after the music festival, instead of blowing up, I worked out. Oh, yeah, I did it!
You got to be a hell of a driver to run a Prevost and then pull a trailer filled with heavy gym
on wheels.
He didn't drive it.
Not him, but I mean, he probably could have.
Oh, you mean his driver in general?
Yeah, his driver in general.
I guess he had like a Smith machine in there, and like
Oh my God!
It's not light equipment.
No, he had quite the setup, and so like it was so much the setup. It was like a NASCAR urban lure, like an urban legend that he like. Oh my God. Mark Martin, couple of the drivers would sometimes go into the town or into the city and maybe try to find a gym, but for the most part they were smoking cigarettes and drinking beer, working on their car. And Mark Martin's back there,
eating cantaloupe, doing squats.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Eating brown rice and chicken, and back there working on incline presses on his trailer full of gym equipment. Hold on. From an in-shape guy to a not-in-shape guy. Which, at the end of the day, wasn't DeSantos at one time when he was a Navy JAG, like he was, pretty steamy or pretty.
Oh, yeah, I'll get you a picture of him on his wedding day.
Pretty in shape?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I it to you to be on this stage and explain why he should get another chance. He said Republicans were going to get...
Are we going to talk about the issues, or are we going to talk about the guy that ain't there?
Tired of winning. Well, we saw last night, I'm sick of Republicans losing.
Everybody wants to talk about President Trump. Well, I can talk about President Trump. I can tell you that I think he was the right
Hold on now. I watched a little bit of this, Brian, and I know that you don't care for any of this. So, but I watched at least what she's getting ready to say, then I stopped it. And I almost thought that, like, man, she has the message that I think could potentially resonate. And, they're all talking about why Trump should be there and answer to the American public, whatever he's going through, whatever. That's what the common denominator is. But she kind of puts it in a different way. And I think that this is out of all of them, this is the most effective out of why Trump's not there.
She's putting it into a way that gets her a VP nod.
I think
she's angling for VP.
She should
100%.
But so listen to what she says.
Republicans losing.
Everybody wants to talk about President Trump. Well, I can talk about President Trump. I can tell you that I think he was the right president at the right time. I don't think...
So now, Brian, what you're doing is you're not making Phil and everybody that voted for him stupid, right?
Right.
You're like, okay, because there's a lot of people that voted for him the first time that are not, like Tom Bean, that are not going to vote for him the second time. Just like he ain't.
You mean the third?
The third time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Anna. You're right.
Yeah.
But not vote for him for this upcoming election.
Got it.
There's people that have voted for him before and are not happy with him right now. So here's what I love when she says this right here.
I think he's the right president now.
He was the right president then. He's not the right president now. That's saying what you need to say, right?
It's not saying that he wasn't qualified,
right?
Or he's somehow...
or your vote was a dumb vote, or you're stupid for voting for him. She's just saying that he's not the right guy right now.
Because I am.
But then when I'm not, and everybody actually votes on this, and I'm out within 3 of these
four primaries.
Yeah, then I'm the right person for VP.
I mean, if Kamala Harris can call Joe Biden a racist and then become his VP.
Oh God, yeah, this is that's what I'm saying.
Nothing.
It's so
As
soft.
an African American woman.
Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
calling him a racist as a white
something
girl.
about something about busing. She was calling him out, just saying that he was a racist, and then got the nod as VP and was like, "Oh, he's great as ever."
Here, hold on.
Losers at the end of the day, is it?
I gotta tell you, man, this guy. There's just something. There's just something about
Good
him.
at debating.
There's just something about him that I think gives him the little bit of an it factor.
Oh, he took over the whole debate.
But the only thing that's hurting him is his name, because nobody can say his name, and they don't want to put ooga blah 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 in there.
He called out Lester Holtz. He called out every person up there.
Brian, you're truly, an unbiased opinion here on this. What do you think about this dude?
I mean, he definitely comes across with energy. He doesn't always come across with facts, but that doesn't matter in politics.
Right, it doesn't matter. Hold on, it doesn't matter in life anymore.
It doesn't matter in life anymore.
I mean,
but no, he definitely has, I think, the ability to debate in the modern, forum of what is passable as a presidential debate these days, which is essentially no policy and just.
Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party.
As President of the United States, what would you be urging?
These are highlights from the third Republican presidential debate. I think it was in Miami, was it not?
It was.
Yes.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do at this moment? Governor DeSantis. I would be telling.
Oh, I'm interested in this. So what's the question? What would you be advising Netanyahu to be doing right now?
DeSantis is like burning to the ground or something.
This is great. This is great. We all need to hear this. What I'd be interested in to see what these 5 people? Yeah, 5. Who's so you got Nikki, you got DeSantis, you got Vivek.
Tim Scott.
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie and Tim Scott. Chris Christie needs to get on a diet.
The Planet Earth and Tim Scott.
Finish the job once and for all with these butchers, Hamas.
The last thing we need to do is to tell Israel what to do. The only thing we should be doing is supporting them and eliminating Hamas. It is not that Israel needs America. America needs Israel.
Israel has the right and the responsibility to defend itself. I would tell him to smoke those terrorists on his southern border, and then I'll tell him as President of the United States, I'll be smoking the terrorists on our southern border.
And what is
I like that. I like that one.
Biden doing? Not only is he not helping the Jewish students who are being persecuted, he is launching an initiative to combat so-called Islamophobia. No, it's the anti-Semitism that's spiraling out of control.
Right. Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
Did Jeff Christie or poor Timmy get to say anything?
No, he didn't have anything great to say, so they don't put it in there.
So this is just
the highlights.
These are just the good. You know what, Lummy? I like that. It might be from AOL, man, but they shined it up nice, did they not?
They
did. All media into one.
Don't make fun of my AOL, bitches.
State TV media arm. That's not democratic. It has threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic. It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky, doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic.
I am telling you, Putin and President Xi are salivating at the thought that someone like that could become president. They would love to.
The fact of the matter is she doesn't answer.
So this is what I will tell you.
We're driving Russia.
She just owned him.
Wow.
She just faced him.
She did she not? And Brian got a pop on the deal too.
Well, that's because it's all they're big about, backing Ukraine.
I know. Hold on.
You had your time to talk.
TikTok is not only spyware; it is polluting the minds of American young people all throughout this country.
Yeah, nobody's going to vote for you, buddy.
And they're doing
he's not wrong either.
I know he's not wrong.
He's 100% right on this.
Intentionally.
But I mean, is the TikTok horse so far out of the barn, Brian, that you couldn't shut it down, or could you shut it down?
The problem with the whole TikTok thing is that if you regulate them, you have to regulate the other platforms, and so they've regulated it in Europe, and they've done some things in Europe to try and make it less insidious there. But You're in America, the horse is out of the barn. We don't put the jelly back in the donut here. We don't even try. When something's bad, we just deal with it.
So TikTok stays probably.
And even though it's
in the
Chinese
last debate,
owned
she
and
made
it's
fun of me for
propaganda.
actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my
before
daughter
appreciating
out of your
anybody else, your
voice.
adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it.
As
See,
much as I'm pro-life,
that's dirty
I don't
pool
judge
there.
anyone for being pro-choice, and I
Not really.
No, I mean you don't go
Hold
after
on.
her
Hold
adult
on.
daughter.
If she's an adult, then you can absolutely go after her.
To say
as
what?
a minor,
As a mother, she should be shutting off her adult daughter's TikTok
well, I
account?
mean, what
No,
he's
come on.
saying, as a mother, you're being somewhat hypocritical to come up here and say that you're going to shut TikTok down altogether, but your family and your daughter are avid users.
Well,
of
he
that.
said had an account. I don't
Okay,
know if
I'm
she
just
still
saying.
does.
I don't think it's dirty pool. I think that's inbounds.
I don't know. I don't get going after people's family on
If
the stage.
they're adults. Now, if they're going after your 8-year-old
Yeah, but that's
daughter,
even
that's
more.
one thing.
But that's less of a reason. It's an adult child who has and she could easily say, one, that's out of bounds. Two, I don't endorse her use of it. I can't stop it, and that's part of the problem. Is it's addictive and it's insidious and it's all of this.
I don't even go to it anymore. I don't.
them to judge me for being
I just go to X. It's the Wild West over there, Lovey.
Sure
you
is.
can see.
Everything. You
mean,
can see
man,
everything.
whoa.
pro-life.
By the way, are you following us on X? It's at the Bubba Army. We just got it back. What, Lummy? 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, about that.
Courtesy of Alex Stein. Thank you, Alex.
So when we're looking at this, there are some states that are going more on the pro-life side. I welcome that. There's some states that are going more on the pro-choice side. I wish that wasn't the case.
She actually, of all the people up there on stage, she actually is the only one, in my opinion, that has a sensible political view on abortion.
Well, this is brand new. This is on the heels of hold on.
Yeah.
This is on the heels of yet another resounding loss in Ohio because this is the thing with the abortion issue that the Republican Party never wanted.
They're so
It was so
stupid.
easy to be on the offensive since 1972 where you're
Roe v. Wade.
where you're attacking the law, right? It is a much different position to be on the defensive, especially when your position is so ridiculous. 6 weeks, no abortions whatsoever under any circumstances.
Well, here's the other thing.
That when your position's so ridiculous that 60 to 80% of Americans disagree with it.
It's easy. It's easy as a citizen. It's easy as a lawmaker on the state level to just stand behind a decision that our highest court made. It's easy. That's easy. You're like, you can't do anything about it. But when you become the law, when you determine the law, and all of that pressure is on you, then it's a far different animal. You know what I'm saying? That like the Supreme Court did your dirty work for you. They made the decision. You have to abide by it. Doesn't matter whether you like it or not. That's the way it is. But when now all of a sudden the Supreme Court has turned the decision which really they made the right decision, and they said states are going to determine abortions. Now that puts all these state people in the crosshairs, and they make the most idiotic. Like the Republicans are single-handedly destroying their party just with this particular issue.
Well, they don't know how to handle it, and the problem for them
this issue alone is destroying.
But
them.
it's the problem for them is this: half their party doesn't want it in any circumstance, and the other half could be somewhat reasonable about it. But you can't win when you're alienating half your base.
I know.
So it's a quagmire for them. It's a tough position to be in, and it's going to lead to sound bites and hypocrisy and all of that. I mean, if you go back to Nikki Haley and her position on abortion over the years, it wasn't what she's spouting here.
She changed about a year ago. Hold on.
She really changed last night.
But the people decided.
We need
Tim gets it. They let Tim say something.
Yeah.
Tim, bring it home, Tim.
a 15-week federal limit. 3 out of 4 Americans agree with a 15-week limit.
But don't make the American people think that you're going to push something on them when we don't even have the votes in the Senate. It's important that we're honest about that.
So they don't even have the vote.
No, you got to have 60 Senate votes.
Well, I mean, like, again, I got to go to words. We'll come back with the states that, a lot of red states, was it Kansas or I forget one of those that was one of the very first ones to do a referendum on it. Maybe
Kansas was,
a year ago.
A year and a half
and
ago,
so here's Kansas about as red. I mean, I don't know how more red you can get than Kansas, and like by a 7 to 3, like 70 to 30% swing on the public referendum they put on. The people of Kansas wanted abortion legal in some way, shape, or form, and not like locked down to 6 weeks or 12 weeks. I think Kansas's law is like it's either 16 or 22 or something, but something that most people could live with. I mean, Brian, you're probably man, let it eat, and I'm
not let it eat.
He's like kill it the day before it's born.
Nobody.
That's what you told me before the show.
Yeah,
Brian's not let it eat.
Nobody has that position.
That's what he said right before the show.
Here's my position. My position is a little bit before didn't Dan say a baby
viability is 23 to 24 weeks.
Keeps dropping. So it's about
So
20,
can we call
22.
it 24 weeks?
I think 20 weeks is what I would feel comfortable with.
Bingo. You know what? Look at that.
That's half baked.
So why can't, if I was Johnny, senator from Indiana, red, and you're Brian, senator from Florida, blue, and we're talking, and I go, Brian, you know what? I can live with 20 weeks. Can you live with 20 weeks? I mean, so we can get this law done. I mean, I think that's reasonable. But if for some reason they won't be reasonable
kind of
about
like
it.
Brian was saying, this is a weird situation where the compromise makes both of their constituents unhappy.
Well, and not just that, it costs them money because they fundraise off this issue. You know who's the most to blame for the Dobbs decision in Roe versus Wade being overturned? The Democrats, 100%. They could have codified it at the federal level at any time from 1972 to 2022, and they never did it. Okay, not at any time, but when they had the majority under Clinton, when they had the majority under Obama of both houses, they could have done it. They chose not to. Why? Because it's a fundraising issue for both parties. They don't care. They don't want clarity on this issue.
What's Trump's stance on abortion?
States.
I mean, what's
Leave it up to the states.
What's his old stance on it? He was pro-abortion. What's his new stance on it? He doesn't really care. Leave it up to the states.
Yeah, he said yeah.
Hold on.
But his old stance was
I understand.
He's for it.
But hold on, and I'm not trying.
He's probably had a few himself.
And I'm not trying to stick up for anybody or campaign for anybody. But that seems like, regardless of what side of the fence you're on, blue or red, that seems like the right answer.
Well, it's the answer that is now our reality. It is up to the states.
It's what I'm saying is like, as a president, I don't think that you have the power to make that decision.
The problem is
you don't.
In fact,
so they're asking you a question, Brian, that you, as the president, with one swoop of a pen, or you cannot make that law.
No, but you would be asked this, okay? If your party controls both houses while you're president and they pass legislation creating either an abortion ban or this or that, what would you support as president? What would you veto? What would you sign into law? Because ultimately, they have the power of the pen to override anything that the legislature does.
You want me President Clem want me to answer that?
I'll worry about it when I see the statute.
No, here's what President Clem would say. That's not going to happen because it already got ruled in the Supreme Court. Now, if it gets kicked back to the Supreme Court and I have to make a decision, I will. But until then, it's the courts.
Except it's not true. They could legislate it,
but they
federally
could, would, should. When they do it, I'll tell you what my stance is.
Well, and that's one way. That's the modern political way of handling it.
I don't have to, that's something I don't have to worry about right now.
Dodge, deflect, and avoid.
We'll wrap up the Republican GOP deal, and then we're going to get into this abortion deal where, I don't know, here's the headlines. I think another AOL headline. Democrats win in several states on abortion rights, and other highlights from Tuesday's election. How many states had abortion on the ballot?
Only one directly. That was Ohio. However, Virginia, with their governor, it was definitely up for grabs because if the governor had said if they end up pulling away with enough control of both houses of
they're going
lockdown. And so
now, when they go lockdown, are there states that are locked down, meaning you cannot get one? Period. I think like Alabama,
Louisiana, Mississippi.
Yeah, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama.
I sent you an interactive map with the updated laws.
You did?
Yeah.
All right, let me see here. Here's Lummy. You know what? I'll tell you what, Lummy. Let's go into words. We'll start deep drilling on that. Okay.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Striving to reach new lows every day. It's Bubba the Love Sponge.
What's your position on abortion?
Kick it out wide. Let's suck it out. That's mine. Say it, Lummy.
Kick it out wide and suck it out.
No.
Well, you're the expert in this room.
I mean, I've had 4.
On the issue, you've paid for 4.
No, I don't know if I've paid for 4, but I've had 4.
I've forced 4 women to have it done.
Endorsed.
Let's not be mean, okay? Let's be nice.
Listen right now.
Hashtag brand ambassador.
You're not getting any support from that kid from me. So if you don't get that sucked out of you, that's on you, baby. Okay?
Okay, everybody just...
No, I would love to have been a fly on the wall when you were having those abortion discussions. How'd they go, Bubba?
I don't remember.
Oh, yes, you do.
So let me... Indiana, boy, well, it was banned when I was there, too. I had to go clear to East...
Oh, yeah, but
I wish I could
Lummy
just kick him
stepped
in the
out, by the
stomach.
way.
But I can't. You stupid bitch.
Man, if you need one in Florida, and you're past, a certain amount of time,
6 weeks.
you gotta drive clear to North Carolina. Look, you gotta go clear to North Carolina.
Or Virginia.
You can go anywhere. I mean,
No, that is Virginia, sir.
I'm sorry, Virginia, right? I'm sorry. But you can go, I guess you can go to Maryland. Maryland's where you want to go.
I have to go to Hawaii.
Virginia, abortion remains legal until the 3rd trimester.
I never
Okay, we'll
knew
go with that.
Hawaii was that close to Texas.
I thought Alaska was above us, but apparently it's below us. It's actually in the Pacific.
Listen to the hot mic so you can just hear them be me.
I'm just going to take a boat and maybe a jet ski from Texas down to Hawaii. It looks like a short trip.
Yeah, see, that's where I went. See, I lived in Terre Haute, right here where this bump is, right
And
there.
I had to drive all
And
the
I just
way.
went. There was an abortion clinic right there, so I just drove down I-70. Boom.
I drove so fast. You stupid fertile bitch.
I-70, they called that the abortion freeway. I-70. More abortions committed on I-70 than any other roadway in the United States of America. Did you know that? That should be, I know that about Indiana law.
Down from her time at the UN. Bankrupt or in debt was her family. Then she becomes a military contractor. She joins the board of Boeing and otherwise, and is now a multi-millionaire. So I think that's wrong when Republicans do it or Democrats do it. That's the choice we face. Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first? Or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels? All right, Mr.
Yeah, that's what we're coming back with.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Which one's Dick Cheney and 3-inch heels, DeSantis or Haley?
I think you were talking about Haley in that one, but yeah, I've heard about DeSantis.
Clearly.
I'm really 5'11" and a half. Oh, I wish they would have said something about that. That would have been funny.
I would have come back.
Like,
I
Haley would have been like, are you talking about me or this fucking asshole over here?
I absolutely would have hit back with that.
You got to.
Yeah. He's talking about dressing in drag and banning drag shows, but here he is wearing women's heels.
Well, I don't know if they were women's heels, but they were
Whatever.
heels.
You just throw it out like that. It doesn't matter if it's... Nope, they're men's heels. Men don't
They're
wear...
inserts.
Here's the thing, men don't wear heels. No, you have like specially designed boots.
I know. Well, allegedly, whatever.
I mean, come on. Nobody's toe bends in the middle of their foot.
I honestly didn't look into it that much. I just saw and laughed.
Yeah, the photo I saw of it was pretty clear as where his toe was bending.
Yeah. Listen, I get it. The stats don't lie. If you're taller, you know. Probably have better chance.
So what is your position on abortion?
It's probably the one issue where I have a bit of cognitive dissonance about it.
Yeah.
Where it's like, do I think it's right?
No, it's not about what you think is right or wrong. It's
what
about
you think should be legal.
what the law should be. It's not, it's It's not an endorsement of what you think is right or wrong. It's what do you
But
think? Because obviously the ideal.
But legality is like a proxy for.
No, because ideally nobody has an abortion, but we don't live in ideals, right? So ideally, the speed limit should be X here and X.
No, but like ideally, we should be able to kill people if we want to, but unfortunately, we can't. It's like, well, there's kind of a moral parallel there.
Right, but is a baby a person when it's not viable?
Yeah.
Is it a person at that point?
It has.
If you can't live on your own, it has the potential for personhood, but it's not a person.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of adults.
But again, I find it to just be clear to draw a line in the sand as soon as, again.
Where's your line?
Again, I have a lot of cognitive dissonance. I'm being honest.
What's your position? You're being avoided. You have a position.
Here's the thing,
what's your position? Stop tiptoeing around it. What is your current position on abortion?
That's the thing. I don't know. Like, you want me to give you an answer?
You don't have one.
If you were to ask me, like, do I think it should be legal? Probably not.
Okay, so your position is no abortion in any circumstance.
Wow.
So it's one of those things where it's like.
I mean, wow. Say it. Wow.
It's so much better for
what
society.
What uptight bitch.
Okay, so what is your position?
I don't know, Brian. I don't have one.
Then that's.
Can I be honest? I'm not running for president here. I'm allowed to have like.
You're allowed to have. You can have.
You're a co-host of a talk show, bitch. You're supposed to have
a fucking position.
Yeah.
I don't have to have anything, bitch.
To continue to have that seat, you do.
We just can't turn to you. I mean, hold on.
Right here.
Part of your job. Hold on. Listen, bitch. Part of your job is to have a position on anything we talk about, except sports.
Yes, sir.
Except.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
This is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
There's been some interesting developments that happened over the hot mic. If you don't listen to the hot mic,
it's getting hot on the hot mic.
You're really missing out because there's a whole other ecosystem within the hot mic. Most of which is Brian and Anna imitating me, making me look even dumber than I already am. But then we just stumbled upon. Now all of us are.
Oh no!
Now all of us are. When we're on the air, and we're creating content, whether it's distributed terrestrially, whether it's distributed, over YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Facebook, or it's via our podcast or whatever. We're in the content creation business. And we have, kind of niched ourselves into a male skewing talk show. And, we have all types of different characters and beliefs. And me, Lummy, Dan, Brian, Anna, Rhett. Rhett's been kind of quiet today, though. He must be cleaning up dog pee. And Macho's been quiet today too. He must be wiring. Let me just.
You gave me a big list to work on this morning, sir.
Well, but see, that's what you don't
Stop
understand.
using excuses like me giving you work for you not doing your job.
That isn't a list that I need completed by. That's a list that I'd like maybe completed by like January.
I'll give you that list as a test to see if you're going to blow off the show, which is the most important part of this whole gig.
All right, everybody, shut up! Quit trying to be me. So Brian asks Anna. Anna is like Anna. Brian is here once a week. Rhett and Macho Man, their mics are up, but they're not. They don't participate as much as the main three. The main three are me, Lummy, and Anna. Would we all at least agree to that?
Yeah.
Then you throw in Dan, and then you throw in Babyface.
He's more than just a regular guest, by the way.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about frequency.
I know.
And then you throw in Jay, and then there you have our little on-air soiree. Well, Anna goes. Brian starts really kind of holding her feet to the fire.
Grilling me.
It really starts, cutting her off with the pass here, like he's deposing her, and she's trying to get out of it. And he's got his eyes rolled in the back of his head like a shark getting ready to bite. He's laser locked on it. And he's like, "So, Anna, what's your opinion on abortion?" And she hauls around, and then he just keeps going on and on and on. And then he finally gets her to say that she really doesn't have an opinion on abortion.
I have conflicting thoughts on it, is what I said.
And then she's like, "Well, I don't have to have an opinion." And then I jumped in and said, "Well, being a talk show host, a co-host on a talk show. And when we talk about, you have to have an opinion. You just can't
I have opinions, but I just don't have.
Say it.
It's
Brian?
cognitive dissonance, Bubba. On the one hand,
What?
I think it's cognitive dissonance.
Right. All right. So what do I got on one hand?
So on the one hand, I think that all life should be given the opportunity to live, but on the other, from what's good for our country,
Sure.
I don't think we should have unwanted babies around.
Right.
So I, in my own little peanut head, have a hard time working that out.
Oh, okay. And Anna, I think he kind of nailed it.
Yeah, he gets me. He understands what I'm trying to say.
Wow.
But he was like forcing me. I'm like, listen, I'm not running for office. I could have conflicting views on one issue. I can see both sides very clearly.
Oh, he's a little bulldog. He
Yeah,
really
I
is.
know.
He's a bulldog.
I know what I'm dealing with.
Here,
I got her to admit her position. She's
Yeah.
fine with 15 or 16 weeks. That's
Right.
her. That's her.
He said
that's
no.
her position.
No. Then you said if you're running for office, and I go,
Well,
if
if you
I'm
have
running
to
for
solve
office,
this problem, if you have to solve this
yeah, I'd
problem,
go
what's
15,
your solution?
16 weeks, leave it up to the states.
That's everybody's mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should any woman get? Do I want babies killed? No. Do I want potential life killed? No. But we live in realities, right? So what is the most reasonable position on this issue?
Leave it up to the states, and I don't care about your dead babies.
Well, I mean, and then then you have the position of you can't. Who are we, anybody, to tell a woman what she can do with her body?
Yeah, but I don't think that's the issue because
with
it's
great
it's
power
her,
comes great
it's her body.
responsibility.
It's
I know, but
within her body, but it's not her
lost.
body.
That's lost. That has used to be like you lay that card down, everybody shut up. That now has lost a lot of its steam.
Right, but it's not her. It's within her body, but it's not technically her. It's different DNA. It's a completely different being inside
it is a
her.
parasite.
Her body is the oven
sucking off her life force.
So
her body is the oven that's baking the cake, and if the oven doesn't work and doesn't want that cake, then the cake's not going to be loved or even wanted to be consumed.
Okay, but does that give you the right to just completely take out the cake and throw it against the wall?
I think it does up until a certain point when that cake is completely relying upon that body. Now, when that cake can make it on its own, then it becomes a little bit of a different issue.
Listen, I understand because you have to draw a line in the sand somewhere, right? It's like 17 and 364 days. You're not an adult, but that next day that you are, you have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. I don't really like doing that when I don't have to.
Right, but
it's easier just to say abortion is wrong.
But our politicians that govern us have to come up with these numbers.
But
and
that's
here's what sucks.
But that's not what Brian initially asked me. He asked me what my opinion was, and then he said, well, if you were running for office. And I go, if I'm running for office, that's much easier because I can just tell people, 15, 16, leave it up to the states.
But then you're not really torn on it because if you were really torn on the issue, you'd be like, I can't allow it. It shouldn't be allowed. So you do have.
I am torn on it.
I mean, not really though.
If you're really a smart politician,
yes, I am.
hold on. If you're really a smart politician, you look at the environment around you and the states that are saying, and you look at what the public is saying. And you go and you go with it, man. And you make a compromise, and it's like this is an uncompromisable position. Like Republicans and Democrats just can't really agree on this because it makes you look weak within your party if you aren't one way or the other. If you're a Republican and you allow. You work with your Democratic constituent and you cross and you're like, listen. You want it wide open. I want it at 6 weeks. But we need to come to a compromise. Let's make it, 16, 18 weeks.
I mean, 6 weeks is dumb because a lot of women don't even know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks.
And I think your constituents, that you represent would, be appreciative and like that.
And then even though I don't think it's wise to do this, but I think you kind of have to when you look at not the rules, but the exceptions. It's like you see these kids who are like 10, 11 years old who get pregnant because they're raped. I don't think they should be forced to bring a baby to term under those conditions.
Exactly.
I think that's disgusting.
And they're right.
But also it's like, do we kill the baby? Didn't do anything wrong. Are we punishing the person who's
it's not a person.
It's a cyclical.
Personhood.
It's a snake. It's a snake that eats itself.
Well, you can change the law.
The whole topic is a snake that eats itself.
Right.
It just goes round and round and round, and you never can stop it. Because the minute you put your position, then somebody comes in and says, "Well, how about that? How about that?"
And that's why I was trying to be
ridiculous.
intellectually honest and say I'm conflicted on the issue, and then Brian just keeps jabbing.
You either support it or
Democrats.
you support
Shut up,
something or you
Brian.
don't.
Democrats win in several states on abortion rights and other highlights from Tuesday's election. So, I mean, like, okay, so Democrats had plenty of good news to celebrate in Tuesday's off-year elections and more evidence that they can win races centered on the national debate of just strictly abortion. If they're winning just strictly on that. Abortion rights. So wouldn't the stupid ass Republicans say, hold on, we're getting our ass kicked on abortion. Do we, A, just continue to double down on the abortion, or do we, B, change it up a little bit so we stop getting our ass kicked?
Well, that was the discussion on Hannity on election night, on Tuesday night, following all of this was, all of a sudden it's, national, 15 weeks. And then exceptions for rape, incest, and health of the mother, and let's move on with our lives. Like that's like the throwaway position now, so they don't keep losing these elections.
Because the way they're doing it ain't working. Right?
It's not going to.
It's,
I mean, I said that this was the worst thing for Republicans. The Dobbs decision was the worst thing to happen to Republicans in a long time. They got everything they wanted with regard to Roe v. Wade. And that is the worst thing because it put them in a position that they've never had to be in, which was face the reality that the vast majority of Americans support some sort of abortion.
And fired up the Democrats.
And the not the vast majority, but a very strong vocal part of their base want absolutely no abortions. And so it's put them in this very difficult position where they have a choice to either alienate their... But here's the thing for them, and this is why politically they need to see those voters where abortion is an issue for them and they don't support it in any circumstance are still going to side with Republicans on 98% of the other stuff, and they're still going to vote Republican. So you may lose them for an election cycle, but you'll get them right back. They're not going to ever vote Democrat, and so you've got nothing to lose other than fundraising. That's it.
Some after-hours trading, very slow. John Costica, 100 yesterday on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Brian tends to be a cash repellent.
Yes.
He tends to be cash.
He's a money repellent.
He's Cash App, Venmo, PayPal repellent.
When Dan's here, I refresh the screen maybe every 5-10 minutes. With Brian here, it's every.
And I love Brian. I love him to death.
Thursdays are a slow day for money anywhere.
They really are.
People blow their load on Mondays. They get paid on Fridays. I mean, Thursdays are really not fair.
That's probably their most poverty-filled day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's you're probably at your financial low on Thursday because you're getting paid tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So today is the last day of the longest.
You blew it up on Taco Tuesday.
Right. Abortion rights supporters won an Ohio ballot measure, and the Democratic governor of beet red Kentucky held on to his office by campaigning on reproductive rights and painting his opponent as an extremist. A Democrat won an open seat on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Does that really matter, Brian, in the overall scheme of things, or is that really a bigger thing than I think it is?
Well, what they're just showing is the positive gains for Democrats on that night.
And that it really, and listen, if you're Republican and you're Johnny 6 weeks or Johnny, Lummy, you sent me a map of the abortion. This is a little crazy here. This is the states right here that and where they stand on abortion. And if you're a red state, or I guess that would be considered orange, maybe orange or red, they're banned, or they have
there's some states
like Mississippi. Abortion is banned with no exceptions for rape or incest.
The best is Mississippi.
Near total ban in place includes exception for rape, but not incest. Well, no, Alabama seems to be.
No, I meant Mississippi.
But then they'll allow it in incest situations.
They'll ban rape, but incest, no.
You get raped,
we're good with that down here in Mississippi.
Yeah. Rape, you're gonna have the kid, but if Peepaw blasted you, we'll let you go ahead and.
I'll be damaged.
Well, that'd be like...
I'll be damaged if you're gonna get rid of my daddy, uncle, cousin, brother. That
it's like 60% of the population in Mississippi is inbred, so
right. And then
kind of their brand.
Last year, Kansas.
Sorry, Mississippi.
So on this map, you can see that Kansas I could completely be okay with this. Abortion remains legal until 22 weeks after Kansas voted against amending the state constitution to say that a right to an abortion is not guaranteed. So Kansas, they had one of those. Remember, Brian, a lot of states had that if Roe v. Wade switched, this one little gimmick and got kicked in within their state legislature.
Oh, the trigger laws?
Yeah, they had these trigger laws where, if Roe v. Wade was to ever be overturned, then it automatically
goes into effect.
Triggered this lockdown Willie. Well, Kansas was that way. They had a trigger gimmick, and they took it to referendum on the last election last year. And Kansas, which is red, conservative, GOP, overwhelmingly said, we're not having that. So wouldn't that show, as much as we're the Republicans are afraid of fundraising and your base, and isn't that a litmus test to show you what conservatives want?
Well,
grandma that's 83 might not want, abortion, and if that's who you're pandering. My mom's, 70, going to be 78 in March.
She tried to jump you out.
And my mom tried to abort me.
Yeah.
And she believes in abortion. And my mom is as red can get. Like if they could dig up Ronald Reagan and she could give him oral on his skeleton, but she would. Like, she's the reddest. She's as red gets, and she loves Trump. But she also thinks that a woman should have the right clear up until 22 weeks to do what they want with.
Well, how does she feel about gay marriage?
She didn't care. She's
not the reddest person
gay.
that ever existed.
She does love her Republican politics.
I think she's Republican and a lot of really things that make sense, and she's probably
like a standard modern boomer Republican.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but let me now, the blue states, it says abortion remains legal until viability. So, Brian, is that like 24 weeks where viability means the baby can live outside the womb?
Yes.
Correct.
And so all of these states, although it's not a lot, let's say you live in Tampa, Lummy, and, you got this, you get this chick knocked up.
Yeah.
You really can't go. Well, I guess you got 15 weeks, right?
Sure do.
What if it was a one-night stand? She was a stripper at the dollhouse, and, you didn't even see her for 18, 19 weeks. And she,
she still has the ability to go get one.
Well, I
mean, you can't force a woman to get an abortion. I know you may be able to, but others don't have the swagger that you do or did.
Did you say do, and then did you say or did? You son of a bitch.
Well, no, I'm saying back in the day, because you wouldn't do it now.
Well, I couldn't get.
That's what I'm saying.
I got a vasectomy.
That's what I meant.
That's the best thing I ever did. I should have got a vasectomy when I was like 22.
Oh,
they won't do it if you go into a urologist or people that do vasectomies and you're under the age of 30 with no kids. They will. They try to talk you out of having a vasectomy.
It's probably a good idea because you don't know what you're going to want in 8 years, buddy.
I know, but I know what I don't want.
That's a doctor doing
I don't want
his job.
any kids from the strippers that I'm blasting right now.
But the fact that you can reverse vasectomy is pretty effectively.
No, it's not.
Really.
It's not nearly as effective. It's not. It's
what's the percentage?
Well, Hey Alexa, what's the percentage of reversible vasectomies?
From MayoClinic.org. Even though 6% of men eventually will have their vasectomy reversed, the procedure should be considered permanent.
No,
hey Alexa,
what percentage of vasectomies are successfully
reversed? The verb "shut up" is usually defined as to imprison.
Is what I tell. The verb "shut up" is what Bubba says to Brian a lot. Hey Alexa, what's the percentage of successful reversed vac?
You got it.
From moviecultists.com. In general, 50 to 80% of women who have tubal ligation reversal go on to have successful pregnancies.
Brian, you ask it then, bitch. You just got to say her name.
You want to hear?
No, I don't want Lummy Bing. I want her. And I want somebody to have to ask her. I've already tripped twice. Brian, you asked the question. Make sure I have to do is to say her name.
Alexa, what percentage of vasectomies can be successfully reversed?
No, that's not.
From MayoClinic.org.
You didn't ask it right.
Even though 6% of men eventually will have their vasectomy reversed, the procedure should be considered permanent.
Alexa, shut up.
Let's go to Lummy
I'll
Bing.
be the ultimate professional. Hey, Alexa, what's the success rate of vasectomies being reversed?
From MayoClinic.org. Pregnancy rates after vasectomy reversal will range from about 30% to over 90%, depending on the type of procedure.
Oh, well, that's pretty willy-nilly there. Lummy, bing.
No, thank you. If you had the vasectomy done within the last 10 years, it is as high as 95% and as low as 75%.
Yeah, what
so
if you
pretty
had,
good.
And it starts to decline at 15 years.
Yeah, well, I had mine in, let me see. I had mine when I was 30. I had mine in 2005.
Oh, you're dried up. You're no good.
39.
You're no good. Your swimmers are garbage.
Good. That's exactly what I want. I want my swimmers to be
Dead
garbage.
in the water.
I want my swimmers to be Leela Thompson at a boys' meet.
Oh, jeez.
Right?
That's pretty funny.
I mean, that's not. You're not going to win.
Nope.
Right? I want my sperm to be Leela Thompson, whatever the hell that bitch did. The guy. Leah. I want my sperm to be Leah Thompson at an NCAA Power 5 men's swim competition. That's what I want.
You have the likes of Nikki Haley, who stepped down from her time at the UN. Bankrupt or in debt was her family. Then she becomes a military contractor. She joins the board of Boeing and otherwise, and is now a multimillionaire. So I think that that's wrong when Republicans do it or Democrats do it. That's the choice we face. Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first? Or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels?
Oh.
In which case, we've got two of them on stage tonight.
Oh, he said it. He said it.
He did. He said two.
Yeah.
Throwing Santos in there.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd first like to say they're 5-inch heels, and I don't wear them unless you can run in them.
Yeah, I don't wear them unless they're. Hold on. She should have said I don't wear them unless they're on either side of my ankles. I mean, on either side of my ears. I don't wear them unless I have them as my ankles by my ear. Nothing's hotter than blasting a chick and she's got high heels on, and you're seeing those heels kind of flop around a little bit.
I sent you another clip of Vivek.
Let me slow down. You're getting a little bit. Are you drunk already?
No, I sent you another clip of Vivek. I don't know how to say his last name.
Ramaswamy.
You just seem real.
Yeah, you do seem a little slurry today.
Yeah, thank you.
You're not.
Is that different than any other?
You're not
day?
enunciating.
Let me listen.
He's known for enunciating.
Let me.
Poor Lummy.
Yes.
I'm the boss around here.
Okay.
Okay. And you know that I don't care that if you're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
You actually prefer it, don't you?
Yeah.
I prefer it. Like I might be the only. Like Brian, it would be unheard
He's
of.
doing a sniff test.
It would be unheard of for you to walk in.
Is he doing a sniff test?
And talk to one of your paralegals or one of the people at Hunter Law and say, listen, Rhonda or Jim or Fred, I don't care if you're drunk. Be drunk all you want. Come to work drunk. Be drunk. You're funny.
But I'm not drunk.
Yet.
I know you're.
What'd you smell
real,
in there?
I'm not drunk yet.
EDC pre-party tomorrow.
I've never. I think.
You're very. Yeah. Of course, there should be.
I didn't think I was.
If there's not, if there's not vodka in your drink, if there's not vodka in your drink, you're indeed in trouble.
There's vodka in my drink, but I'm not
but you
slurring.
yes, you are. You're
in Lummy's defense, he could never say Ramaswamy.
Yeah, I can't say Ramaswamy.
Swami, let me turn to you.
Hold on.
Please make your case.
I just say I like when you slur, love, and you seem like you're a little slurry today. Like sure.
I'll keep slurring.
Why would you? Why should you?
Where's Ramaswamy from?
Ohio.
Okay,
India.
And I mean,
he's not.
He can't be if he's running for president.
He's from Ohio.
All right, but like, has he got?
He's
do people like him?
Yeah.
I mean, people like his pep,
swag,
but I don't think people are going to vote for him.
You be the nominee and not the former president.
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened.
Now, is he a senator or a congressman?
No, he's a businessman.
No, he's a businessman.
Okay, so
just
he's
like Trump.
All right, so he was just like. All right, so he was just like Trump, where he's coming in as an outsider, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Last night, we've become a party of losers. At the end of the day, there's a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018. 2020.
We heard this.
Yeah.
2022, no
I'm
red
just seeing if he says something though afterwards because it seems to be a little longer.
wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to come on stage tonight, you want to look the GOP voters in the eye and tell them you resign, I will yield my time to you. And frankly, look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk. We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters.
Now, see, he just really, Brian.
He's speaking to a generation.
I
of
know,
people
but he really faced Lester Holt, did he not?
He's trying for that.
Wow.
That rare 18 to 30-year-old Republican.
The libertarians. Yeah.
That aren't even registered Republicans.
I know, but man, it's pretty pimp, is it not?
I mean, it's not a winning strategy, but it looks good on TV.
I mean, he's already, and by all accounts, in third or fourth or fifth or sixth place. Like, why not just start swinging for the bleachers, right?
Well, yeah, because he's definitely not. I don't think he's looking for a life in politics.
Right.
So he's either going to win or he's going to go away. And so
but
I don't
while
blame
you go
him.
away, you might as well go out pimp, right?
Yeah, you might as well build your brand.
Cabinet position, you know.
And
I don't even think he wants that.
But here's the deal, man. He also kind of shows you his pop culture awareness. And
he's
I
on
mean,
the Breakfast Club.
Be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk. We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about and bringing more people into our party. You think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate? They wouldn't do it. And so the fact of the matter is, I mean, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed on this network for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made up disinformation?
Wow.
He's going after
Man,
everybody.
I got a bone for this guy.
Answer the question.
This is my new guy.
Answer the question. Go. Is that what he said?
This he pushed it back to them.
Let me. This is my new guy.
Yeah.
This is my Brian. You may not like. This is my new guy.
He killed
I
it
like
last
him.
night.
Made up disinformation. Answer the question. Go.
Mr. Ross.
Sorry. This is how we get our country back. We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
and they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to
That's how we unite
Governor
this country.
Christie. Why you?
Wow. And then Lester scrambling to get him out. Oh.
Swami, let me turn to you. Please make your case. Why would you?
All right, so we saw it again. Wow.
Gloria's at 25 cash up.
Love her. Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you, Gloria.
But wow. Brian, even by your negative, I hate everything that's red.
I don't.
I know.
I'm a realist.
I know. Even you, Brian, a realist. You have to probably think that was a pretty pimp swag speech right there, was it not?
I mean, that's a mic drop moment in an otherwise uneventful, unimportant
and how
debate.
many people would watch a debate hosted by Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and Joe Rogan? Like, you can't get any, like, that blankets the entire like, that is the end all be all, is it not?
I mean, that's, I don't know that Tucker's in that group, but certainly Elon and Joe Rogan right now.
You don't think Tucker's in that group when he does, he does I think an interview with Trump and does 300 million views.
Here's the thing: if you like two of those guys, you probably like all three.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of overlap between the fans of all three of those.
I'll tell you what. Since you can't have three, just give me a pick two.
I think Tucker
pick any two of the three.
Tucker brings in the older crowd that I think Rogan and Elon might not. So yes, I think that would actually be.
I think
for Republicans the best lineup possible.
Yes,
because he does Tucker doesn't. Appeal
like
as
mom,
much
like
to
my
25-year-old libertarians.
No, but my mom loves Tucker.
Right.
So you get the upper demos with Tuck, and then you get the really, really cool hipsters with Rogan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then if you threw Elon in there, I don't know who you get.
You get the Bitcoin boys.
There you go. You get Sam Bankfield and whatever that guy's name is.
Kevin Hazlett.
Right, and Kevin Hazlett. Oh, now you're cutting on Kevin,
I'm
too.
getting ready for the roast, baby.
If you're looking for that non-offensive broadcast,
you're in for a surprise. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I love the sponge.
It's not that kind of love sponge.
I mean, if I'm allowed to bring the heat at the roast, then I'm going to bring the fucking heat.
No. If you have to bring the heat. Like as hot, as white hot as you can bring it.
I mean, I can really bring some fucking heat.
I know.
Are you gonna hurt my feelings?
Yes.
I know. I was thinking about that too. I'm like, can't say that. I can't say that.
Oh, if material's not off limits.
Bubba, I sent you a clip. It's a show asking Donald Trump if he would consider Tucker for vice president running mate. He's like, yeah, I would consider it. And then he started going in on how Tucker's just so common sense and smart. It was yesterday, if you wanted to hear that.
Is there nothing going else on in the world that we can discuss?
No, Brian.
Republican primaries, right? That's it.
This is Trump now.
Nobody. I bet you the ratings were like under 1 million.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was watching NBC News anyhow for a report.
Let me find
Did
it.
you watch it? I feel like you watched it.
Let me find it, Warren.
Honey?
Keep drinking, okay, buddy?
You could have found it.
Let me keep drinking.
A million.
Let me
Just
keep
to be
drinking.
up to date.
Because we talked about it today.
Oh,
Keep
okay.
drinking, honey.
You listened to it for. Would you? But for the fact you were on this show, would you have watched it?
If I knew that Trump wasn't going to be the...
Trump wasn't. Yeah. Well, no. You know, but just the only variable is remove the fact that you were on this radio program. Would you have watched it at all?
Yeah.
You still would watch it.
If those people were actually going to run for president, then I would listen to it.
No, they are running for president.
You know what I mean? That they have legitimate chance.
No, but I'm saying okay. You're like, once again not listening.
Oh, he's telling you, Lemmy, you're not listening.
The only thing you remove from that scenario is you're not on this show. Trump is still.
He would watch
all
it.
of reality is still the same. Trump is still the presumptive nominee. He's not going to be at this debate. It's the same cast of characters essentially from the last three. Would you have watched the debate last night?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
I rest my.
Do they? I mean, they showed it on Fox, right?
I don't know. I think NBC had it exclusive.
Exclusively?
Yeah.
They're not showing
That's the way
anything
those
else?
debates go.
Really?
Yeah. When you have the network on these ones, on these type of ones, they're not shown on all. Like a presidential debate, there's a committee on that, and they get shown on every network.
Right, but just inter-party?
But this this gets sponsored and put on by a news source. Typically.
What's your number?
844. Well, 81. Well, local 813-286. What?
But I've had a package here for like 2 weeks.
What?
813.
I've had a package on my desk for
287.
2 weeks.
Right.
So I just want to
2227.
maybe open it and pay homage and thanks to the person that's in
Great,
it.
we'll do it next.
Thank you.
Or maybe tomorrow.
Keith Olin has a question for me.
I already know what it is, but I just want to open it on the air because people like it.
It's vibrating.
What?
Your package.
Bubba, we have a new parody song.
No?
Yeah, it's up on the button bar now.
What you eat, burger?
What's it called?
Scout.
Is it a DMS?
Yes, it is.
It's a DMS special. Solidarity. What are we in solidarity with?
The Trump rally last night.
SAG-AFTRA.
What was
We
it?
wanna be extras in shitty sitcoms. Let us work. Well, actually, it's the opposite thing.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about?
No, it's just the SAG.
I'm looking at chat. And
Could you imagine with all the shit going on being like, writer strike? It's like, people are getting fucking murdered and bombed, and they're just like, man.
That's how it is.
I know, I get it.
The best is they start their own podcast, and then after everyone just starts to hate them now. All the actors, they start these podcasts or Tonight Show people, these views, and then everyone just starts saying, they suck without the writers.
Yeah. There's our lovely lady. Oh, is it Jane Castor? My favorite.
I'm still trying to understand the immense hate for her. What position has she taken, Lemmy, that you're against?
She's a wolf pet.
What she does in the city.
I mean, what?
What she has done for the city.
Like specifically.
Well, I mean, if you want to say something recent,
You mean Jane Castor?
Fucking soccer. Or
You know about Jane Castor?
Oh, we got Bubba fired up. Yeah, they're talking about Jane
Lemmy, who you talking about?
Jane
Brian asked
Castor!
me about stupid Jane Castor, I don't like her, so I gave her
I hate her
chance to
too.
look at her.
Hold on, you
Brian's
stupid.
like her biggest fan.
So, hold on.
He wants to lick her pussy.
Listen, motherfucker, I hate her too, and so when you're bringing her up, you let me get in on the conversation too, fuckface.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Brian brought her up, I didn't.
I know, but I was trying to ask who you were talking about, and you were fucking ignoring me.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. I was fired up.
His ears are drunk.
Yeah, I'm still.
She's the worst, Brian. I can't even fucking back you on that.
I didn't say she's the best or the worst.
Fucking
I
worst.
asked
This career politician fucking
I
bitch.
asked for a reason why you. What specifically has she done that you dislike?
Remember her dance party she had on FLG?
I gave you one. Brian, I gave you one. The funding for the fucking minor league women's soccer team.
Okay.
30 fucking million.
I have a daughter, and I support that. Because I think that women's sports should be celebrated.
Yeah, let's blow 30 million on some bitches.
The league hasn't even started yet.
How are you going to start a league if
It's
you
a
don't have a
minor
stadium?
league.
It's a major league.
Time to scratch that itch, is it?
Listening will give you no health benefits, but all the carcinogenic after effects.
Stop looking while you're ahead for a change.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
On Friday, December 22nd.
We're all about to lose our jobs.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be either real good, or real bad.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Or it could be real bad, but good.
Are there any topics that are off limits?
Yeah, let's clarify this now, because I don't want to spend my time writing fire material.
Straight fire, white hot.
To only be told, nope, that's got to go. Nope, you can't joke about that. Nope, I won't like that. Nope, you can't do that with Dr. Dan. Nope, that's off limits with him. Like, obviously, nothing that's like secret stuff, but the publicly consumed information. Is anything off limits?
I probably, the next break, we could step outside, and I can probably tell you only a few topics that I would potentially think might be out of bounds.
You'd have to tell everybody, though.
Yeah, maybe we send around and circulate an email or some sort of written communication.
We don't
Hold on. This is why I want it, because I want it in writing. I don't want it to be, I told you, and it really wasn't said. Misremembering.
Just listen to me. By the way, we'll be celebrating our 100,000th subscriber on YouTube, which we haven't quite gotten to yet. We're at 98,000. I don't know. Rhett might know, but it's been this last 1,500's been heavy lifting, and we got some really good content, some really good exclusive content on our YouTube channel.
We're 7 subs away from 99,000.
Yeah, so we're 98,993.
Yes.
Yeah.
99,000.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, we're 98. We're 98.
So
we're 7 away from 99.
Oh, okay.
And a bitch ain't one.
Sorry.
No problem. So
Lo siento.
we will hit our 6th millionth download next week on our podcast. So I think this coming Monday is going to be that show. You know, remember on the 6 millionth podcast
who you blasted in Chicago?
The girl, the woman that was a top 40
sensation
charted artist. She was
Bette Midler.
She was in Illinois for the Illinois State Fair, and she was staying in Chicago. And our paths crossed earlier that day when she was on my show promoting. Might have been the day before. I think she was on my show, I think, on Thursday. I don't know. I know it was a day later that we somehow connected. And I blasted her. And I know she would remember because I brought my A game.
She scored.
Has anybody reached out to her, like my suggestion, so we could have her on, which would be the most amazing thing ever?
It could also be, giving her a heads up on how she can sue me.
There's nothing actionable. There's nothing actionable there,
All right,
Bubba.
Brian, baby steps with you. God, so you come in with like a wrecking ball, okay? So
it wasn't Miley Cyrus, by the way, everybody.
No, Miley Cyrus was.
That wasn't.
Not
No,
even, she wasn't even an egg in her mom's ovaries. I don't even know she was an egg.
Did you get the reference at least?
Yes,
Bubba?
I got the wrecking ball reference.
Okay, Anna didn't think you did.
I did.
I did.
She doesn't ever give me credit.
I know, no credit given.
She takes the negative. She takes
adore
the
you.
negative. Her starting point with me is negative. Then I have to bring her around.
I will say she's been the
week, worst lately.
I was
I'm
gonna say
sorry.
she's been pretty good on the air the last week.
Oh, and then we see things totally differently.
Well, you almost gave her the belt the other day, and
Lindsey
she had a good
Fox,
pop this morning already.
30 on Venmo, 25 Seth Wiley, Venmo.
Yeah, we need some money, man. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal at the Bubba
I'll
Army.
shake my raisins.
I will tell you this, Anna, as I glance up to the, I'm on Facebook right now. As I glance up, the reason I like Facebook, Lummy, is that they transcribe it.
Oh yeah, your closed caption.
And they do a closed caption deal, and sometimes they get stuff wrong when we talk like if I go silky milky or show me your ferny dirty or something like when you see how they interpret that closed caption kind of deal. That's kind of funny. But Anna, I was gonna throw you a little bit of an add a girl bone in the fact that you look kind of cute today with your with your delts and your traps.
I did arms and back yesterday. My traps were popping.
Really?
Yeah, it was impressive. I think even Mosh would be impressed.
You look good.
Thank you.
Brian, when's the last time have you ever been to a gym before, Brian? No, I'm just really asking. Like, have you ever been to a gym?
Yes.
All right.
I used to go to the Clem gym.
You did?
Yes, you knew this.
He had a membership there.
Now,
I did.
Now, as we're celebrating, listen, go to our YouTube channel and please get a notification, like and subscribe. But none of that costs anything. You just have to have a Gmail account or. I think you can sign up with any email account, can't you?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, all you need is an email. And I'm sure even, well, Jonathan Morris may not have an email, but, probably not. I wonder what, I'm going to ask Alexa that. Hey, Alexa, what's the percentage of Americans that have an email address? Hey, Alexa, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
I'm so excited to see how excited you'll be when you hear about my new Trolls theme. All your favorite trolls are back and ready to party and sing.
All right, trolls are back, Bubba.
Now you can add troll-tastic sounds from the Troll Village to your device.
We like trolls here.
We have enough trolls.
Hey, Alexa, don't you know that trolls have ruined my life, bitch? Why would you bring that up? Are you trying to roast me early?
Alexa rounded up all your trolls for you.
Yeah. She got Jack Stiefel and
Randy
Hahn and Obus Canobus.
Spice.
And Matt Lloyd. Mike Waters. What the hell? Mike Delta. They all are they all inside of you, Alexa? You little whore? You little troll whore? Hey, Alexa. What percentage of Americans have an email address?
Approximately 90% of Americans aged 15 and above use email, making email the most popular form of online communication.
There you go.
I have a hard time believing
90%?
1 out of 10 does not, unless they're 90.
Yeah, but hold on, Brian. There's probably a lot of
how do you real quick?
There's some prims that are out catching catfish and crawdads this weekend on the bayou. They'd be like, man, we ain't got no email up in here. We just catch cowfish, drink some
Even your backwards meat man had an email address.
My dad doesn't have an email.
Yeah.
Really? At all?
He doesn't need it. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have a cell phone.
So
really.
there you go. If Lummy's dad doesn't have
But
an
that's
email.
not 1 out of 10.
Yeah, it is.
No way.
Yeah, sure it is.
There's a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's not
listen,
a lot.
I got to think, Brian, that
It ain't
90
10% of the population. It ain't 30. It ain't 33
What was the age
million.
range? What was the age range?
15 and above.
15 to. Oh, I thought.
So
they had an
it's not
upper
7.
limit.
It's not 22 million people in this country that don't have email
Listen to me.
addresses.
14 under.
I guarantee you that it's.
I'm not counting them.
guarantee you that yes, you may have problems with thinking that it's 90. That you may have a problem with that number. But hold on, hear me out. It's probably the highest form of any form of communication there is. I don't know that anybody's got 90% of internet or 90% cell phones or 90%. Cable or 90, it's probably emails are, other than your home address, are probably the second highest way to communicate, the second highest volume way to communicate in our country.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
And so that's all you need is an email address. So, and Alexa says that 90% of people over 15 have an email.
Did they give an upper limit on that?
No, they didn't.
Oh.
She said approximately 90%.
So,
and I think it's
what I'm
probably
trying to
15 to like 75 or, you know what I mean?
No, it was 15 till you die.
Oh.
And so what I'm trying to say is there's no reason for anybody not to go to YouTube, youtube.com, and then search the Bubba Army, and then hit the buttons, the like and the subscribe. And then what that does, it doesn't cost anything, is it sends you a notification when we put something up new or we're going live.
No, you don't even have to get notifications.
You don't?
No. You can just subscribe and not get notifications.
There you go. You can subscribe and not get notifications, so we don't even bug you. But you do have to subscribe. That means a lot to us. And we're celebrating a really huge plateau in the YouTube world. Now, it's peanuts to some of the big guys, of course. But for us, it's pretty cool. And that is, we're 100,000 subscribers is kind of a big deal. And
I think that's a huge deal. What is that, like 0.5% of the YouTube channels probably have that?
Well, I don't know. Rex might have to tell us.
Rex.
You can be like one of those cam girls, and in your bio on Twitter, put in like 0.5% top of YouTube.
We'll have Rex tell us what our percentage is.
Everybody.
But as we are approaching, we are at nearly 99,000 right now.
There are 321,000 YouTube channels with at least 100,000 subs, which is 0.28% of all YouTube channels on the platform. 1 in 350.
So if just 100 Bubba Army open up 10 email addresses.
Brian, shut up.
I'm just saying. I'm doing the math real simple for you.
If one Bubba Army tells 5 of his friends, that tells 2 of their friends, that tells 1 of their friends, we're going to be good.
That's one way.
Now that's the legal way, you stupid ass. Jesus, you're the attorney here. Already opened us up to a Click Farm Willie. You son of a bitch. Jesus. I want that little plaque that they give you. And so, listen, within the YouTube world, they give channels that have over 100,000 this little the play button, the Google play button. It's made of like aluminum, and it's this little thing you get. And then listen, this is so precious and so sought after that the next level, they don't even give you another award until you get to 1 million. Do you let's say I do 15 more years of radio. I was actually talking to Tom Bean about this yesterday. Let's say I do like 15 more yees. Okay? Do you think in 15 years I'll have do you think in my whatever shelf life I have left that we'll hit 1 million?
Yes.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
Wow. Can you imagine that? Then you could save this tape and be like, hey, to Thursday, November 9th, you were all freaked out over, you were Johnny fanboy over just getting 100K. Look, we're at 1 million now.
I got to ask this. Once you get to 100K, do they promote you better on the site?
I think you get access to YouTube Partner Manager, which is like extra access to, I think, analytics and stuff like that. But you also get that big shiny plaque, which is more important.
Well, but you do get some guidance and some support from them, I think.
Well, then that could change. I would say if there's no perk, it's really hard to get to 1 million, even in the next decade.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a realist with you.
I'm just saying that's 100,000 a year you would have to average over 10 years.
Yeah.
To hit.
What's that a month?
I mean, that's 8,333 a month.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
We're doing half that.
So anyway, listen, we got this. We're celebrating our 100,000 subscribers on YouTube that we don't have yet. But we think that we really, honest to God, by next week we should have it.
If we don't get there, we should shut down the show.
If honest to God, we should have like we all drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
show.
It's done. We all agree to do it.
Right. We all just stand up on the stage backwards, execution style, and I'll put a bullet in everybody's head.
Well, that doesn't sound. I wouldn't be for that.
And then I'll do my own.
There's no way you could kill yourself.
Yeah, like, oh,
there's
dead.
no way. Narcissists don't do that.
You want a bat?
Well, I almost a couple times did it in real life.
Yeah, almost doesn't count.
So anyway, if we can't hit, we got 1,007 to go. We average about 1,000 a week is what we average on new subs. If we can't, like realistically, Rhett, if we should be hitting this, 100,000th plateau by mid to at least by next Friday.
Now that we have a better idea of what kind of content pops off on our channel, I think we do have a much better chance of having the occasional video get a couple million views, which is going to help in the long run. Plus, like you said, we already average about 1,000 a week. So
Right.
I think within 5, 6, 7 years, realistically, if we keep getting after it the way that we are now, which is the plan.
Yeah.
Oh, that
So
hum
I
is
don't
back.
I don't know how YouTube works, so maybe you can answer this. Right? Is there a way to do subscriber exclusive content on YouTube?
Yeah, you can.
So,
you have
in all your
not
videos, you
subscriber,
should tout that.
not
right?
subscriber exclusive per se,
But like
they
a-
do
like
have
a-
YouTube memberships now.
Yeah, and we
which-
already nickel and dime the hell out
No,
of
I'm not talking
everyone.
about nickel and dime. I'm talking about just like if you're not a subscriber, you don't get to watch this video.
I don't know.
I
Let's
mean, I
stop
would look
it.
into that
Let's-
though, because that's a
great. You
good
can look
way to-
into it for us.
I'm,
Okay.
I'm not me.
No,
I'm not part of
I
this.
don't. I do not think that's an ability.
You do a lot
there's
of
a lot
things
of
for the
features
show.
like you can't. If you're not a subscriber, you can't chat on our channel.
I'm an ideas guy, Bubba. I'm not an execution guy.
Bull crap. You wrote a really nice letter to Twitter about getting our stuff back.
And
I mean,
it worked.
No, it
Like
didn't.
a fart in church.
It didn't work, but it was pretty kick-ass. Should have worked. Remember when I lived in that guarded gate community and I had a friend come over and her car got smashed by the gate?
Yeah.
And you wrote them a letter. They
Well, they
went,
tried to charge your friend,
yeah. So anyway.
your cleaning lady.
Stop. So anyway, we have to celebrate our 100,000th subscriber on YouTube, which we think is a pretty big deal. We're gonna do a roast of me. Now, I and it's gonna be on Friday, December 22nd, right before the holidays. We're gonna Lana. I know you got. Let me go get. Let me do me a favor.
Yes.
Stand up, take your headphones off, go over to Anna, grab that package, and take it back to your area. Thank you.
She won't give it to me, Bubba, and I can't tell
Take it by force.
By force.
You have my legal
if
permission.
If needed, take it by force.
Why would you do that?
As an officer of the
I
court.
wasn't even playing with it.
Yes, you did. You raised it up so I could see.
That was like during the break.
I understand.
Bubba's feed's like 22 minutes behind on his
It is.
screen.
It is. It is.
I didn't touch it.
So let me now. Let me.
Yes.
I'm going to add another something I need you to do for me. Okay, even though you're
Okay.
drunk, but you'll follow directions.
Yes, of course.
By the end of the show, at no less than 9:30, I want you to remind me that we've not opened Anna's package, and we need to do that by the end of the program.
Okay.
See, Anna, look. See, isn't that a good resolve? Didn't that turn out good?
Thank you.
Why don't we do it during hot mic?
Because it's not the same. Won't you shut up? I'm trying to tell
I'm
people
an
about
ideas
something
guy.
right now.
It's a Bubba Love Sponge show.
So
buddy.
anyway, we're going to do a roast. The roast is going to be, I'm going to be the guy getting roasted. Now, initially that makes the most sense, but does it? Do we offer me first? Or do we put, Lummy or Dan?
No. You don't do that. You always
Go with the big star
always
first?
go with the biggest star first. The first roast, you want to be the first person roasted. Now, the question is, who's going to be the
Like
roast
Howard,
master
they
general?
never roast.
That's
oh yeah,
Dan.
who's going to be roast master
It
general?
can't be Dan.
No, Dan was
Dan
his
volunteered.
We already said
Hold on,
that
it
he was
can't.
roastmaster.
I don't think it can be because he's not. Oh, and Dan's going to get
Yeah,
mad if I pull him off the roast master general and put
'Cause of
Brian on there.
Brian.
Yeah, you kind of already told him he could.
Yeah,
You know,
he's
he's
really
already
excited
working on
about
it too.
All right, so he's the
He's
roast.
got his outfit
he's going to be
together.
the roast master general. Yes. Otherwise, Brian, I would put you in there because I think you'd bring a little more heat.
That's okay.
But
No, Dan can do it. That's going to be great material.
all right. So here's the deal. I'm getting.
Dan's hiring comedy
We're-
writers
we're gonna-
to put his stuff together.
we're
You
gonna-
know it's true.
We're gonna listen. We're gonna do this on Friday, December 22nd at 8:00. Now it's gonna be live on all of our everywhere. We'll probably even be on X by then because we'll be doing our things through Strizim, Giz, so we might even be right.
Oh, we should definitely
Right,
be by then.
right. Now, here are the people. First of all, I'm the one getting roasted. And again, this is to celebrate our 100,000th YouTube subscriber, which you need to go subscribe to our channel now. It's at The Bubba Army, or you really don't like us. You're really not our friend. You're not our friend. You're not our friend if you don't at least do that for us. It's the only thing we ask of you. Sure, we got guys like Joe from the West Side and Scotty Landers and Cable Dog and Bubba Light and Big Red and John Costica and the bit Neil Mount Plaisir and Hierarchy that just lay out the money. Just lay it out.
Except on Thursdays.
Except when Brian's here.
Yeah.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. The Wizzies.
Please help me out, guys.
The Wizzies. The Hall of Famers. The people that keep the show funded.
Scout Big Gulp.
You got the big slinging D's, and then you got the casual listener that's listening to us for free, on 103.1 Fort Walton Beach and Florida Man Radio. And, and it's for free. He doesn't donate nothing to the show, doesn't buy any merch, doesn't give us any PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. And that's okay. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for listening. But you can at least go get a YouTube, get on YouTube and sign up to our channel. That's for free. That's the least you could do. Well, Brian, would you not agree? It takes zero effort for that.
Yeah. I mean, it's minimal effort.
Right. So that's the lowest level of helping. So thank you. And we're going to hit 100,000. And I'm just really, really excited and thankful. And we're continuing to put a lot of just YouTube only content up there. And some of the stuff that's really been working for us, if you're a wrestling enthusiast, we take some of Hogan's appearances on the show. When he really would let me tell you something, brother, man. The Ultimate Whiz, you sucked. Just couldn't work, man. We take these excerpts and stuff, and some of them really, really get some traction because the pro wrestling crowd is a crazy crowd in itself. So we have some videos. Red, I think one of our Hogan videos has nearly 6 or 7 million views, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably more than that.
Yeah.
The Andre one, the Ultimate Warrior one are both pushing 10 million.
We have over probably 12 videos with a million plus views.
It's so funny too to hear Hogan dog out other wrestlers because from a technician standpoint, he was one of the worst of all time.
He was the worst.
He wrestled his ass off in Japan, which is kind of crazy.
In 80, from about 80 to 84 was his where he actually performed.
Listen,
and then
even then, it was still the same match every week. But seriously, in New Japan, I don't know why for some reason, but he was doing enziguris and drop kicks.
I'm telling you right now,
it was crazy.
I was Hogan's best friend for however many years, spent every day with him, worked out, and I would kid him about it sometime. I'd be like, Hogan, we would be down in his gym doing arms or whatever the hell we were doing. I'm like, you and I are, let's say you and I are working. Go walk me through the match right now. And he goes, all right. First of all, you get in. I always get introduced last because I'm going to make a big entrance. So they'll be like, hailing from Warsaw, Indiana, 5'10", 259 pounds when I was in shape, with golden tips and a shock jock, Tampa's, and now hailing from Tampa, Florida, Bubba the Love Sponge. And then they'd play my music. I'd walk down the gangway. I would have zero pageantry. I would just be like the Brooklyn Brawler, some jobber. A lot of times, they wouldn't even give you an intro. They'd go to a commercial, and they would bring you, and you'd already be in the ring. Remember that, Brian?
Yeah.
The
announcer would just call you out your name.
Yeah, be like, in the ring is Brooklyn Brawler. Let's see who's getting... Oh, my... And then they would hit... American Hero. And so Hogan would be like, I'll burn 4 to 6 minutes on just getting to the ring. Because matches are usually increments of 15 minutes based on the quarter hour of having to get into a commercial break if you're doing a live Monday Night Raw or, so they're usually in 12 to 14 minute blocks unless it's a crush match and you're going to do 2 matches in that quarter hour. And so then one match would be 4 minutes and the other match would be 9 minutes. But, a standard match is 15 minutes. So he'd go, I'd blow off 4 minutes just getting to the ring, tearing off my shirt, the crowd one way, then the crowd the other way, and then boom. And this was Hogan's standard match. Lock up, Hogan, boom, you guys circle around a couple times, lock up, Hogan grabs a head, couple bam, 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 smashes to the head, the guy reverses into a back arm bar lock to Hogan. Hogan supersells the delt. Hogan then will monkey walk or crab walk out to the end of the ring, duck underneath the ring. Then the ref now makes the guy let go of the hold. Boom. Now they start back. Hogan will then sometimes do, remember the show of strength, Lemmy, where you put your hands up there? Hogan, show of strength. Take the guy down. When you're doing the show of strength, you're getting him down. step on his fingers, hit him in the head with your boot, hit the corner, and drop the leg drop, and we're done. We're home. And you know what? We worked about 4 or 5 minutes in the ring, but the pageantry before and the shirt tearing and the yippee-yoing, and boom. You were right, Brian. He had, very limited. Like, you never saw Hogan going off the top rope. You never even saw Hogan going off the second rope. It was just that hit the ropes, leg drop.
And even his punches were not.
No.
He didn't sell them well. He'd
get him in the corner and they'd count 1, 2, 3. And then he'd rake the guy's eyes, throw him in the corner, do a reverse, watch the boot. Boot sets up the leg drop. Bam, we're going home.
And then if it was.
And he's drinking literally a case of Miller Lite with painkillers on the way to the airport in his private plane, and we're home by the time the guys get done setting the ring up or breaking the ring down. Yeah. And all the other wrestlers, they had to go to a hotel that night, spend the night in that city, and then wake up at the crack of dawn and travel commercially or drive. A lot of times they would a lot of them will go like foursies on a rental car. And like if they were wrestling in let's say Cincinnati on Monday night, they would do a house show and then in Lexington, Kentucky on Tuesday, and then a house show somewhere else in Wednesday, and then they do Friday night SmackDown live from Nashville. So you'd go do 4 house shows, and you and the boys would just rent a car and Phil on Tuesday. You're in Knoxville on Wednesday. You're on Pissant, Missouri on Thursday, and then you're in Nashville on Friday. Hogan has been in his house in Clearwater Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. He flies into Nashville on Friday. Most of the boys have to get to the building at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, they got catering, and they have to, and then all the matches usually start around 7. That's when they would go live, or they would start taping at 7. The boys would have to be there at a hard 2, and they were just hanging out, eating, kind of working on a rubber band gym. Sometimes 2 of the dudes would go out to the ring after it was set up, and they would go walk through a match. Hogan would we would be pulling in the limo. He would be lacing his boots up in the limo, and his entrance music they had his entrance music hit. We would literally walk in the arena. He'd go through the gorilla position and then just go out there. That's how he had his deal set up. And then Brian, sometimes Vince Russo would come back and tell Hogan, "Hey, listen, Terry, we want you to do this and that, and we're going to do a job." And then Steiner's going to come in, do a run in, and then the bottom line is we're going to have you drop the belt to Sting. I'm sorry, we're gonna have you drop the belt to Jeff Jarrett. Jarrett's gonna probably drop it to Booker T, and then we're gonna come back on a pay-per-view with you and Booker T, and you'll get the strap back. And I've seen Hogan go, "Doesn't work for me, brother. That doesn't work for me. Here's what we're going to do."
Why would he care? That's my question. Why care that much? You're getting the strap back.
Not only that, but it's not even a real sport.
I know.
It's not like we're talking about, the NFL and a team's got to lose versus,
right.
We're talking about a made-up sport.
Right.
It's
real
cares?
To me, man.
Hogan, doesn't work for me, brother. I'll tell you what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and keep the strap tonight, however you want to work that out. And then I'll think about dropping it to Booker T at the pay-per-view, but we're going to have a hot shot backside angle on the deal for me to get it back. It was crazy. So anyway, I don't know how I got down that road, but we were talking about within our YouTube world, some of the most successful stuff we have is Hogan talking smack about. Remember the time? I think we have a video, Lummy, of you talked about how Andre hated Macho Man bad.
Oh yeah,
really bad. Andre hated Macho Man. He would say, "Get out!" The guys would be playing cards in the back, and Hogan and Brutus and Andre. And as soon as Macho would, now that's Macho's locker room. That was the locker room of the boys.
Yep.
That's where you go get dressed and get ready. But Andre had his own locker room, but he'd go down to the boys' locker room to play cards, right?
Yeah.
So that's why Macho Man was allowed to be in that locker room, because Andre had his own. But Andre would go down there and play cards, and Macho would come walking in, just right from the plane and the taxi cab or the limo, and he's got all of his gear with him, big, and their gear bags are massive. Like they're big. Like like Brian, they're the size. They're the size of like a ski bag. They're pretty big.
Why though? Their tights are so small.
Because they got everything. I mean, they got 4 or 5 days worth of clothes.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about like luggage.
Yeah,
they kept all their luggage in like a hockey bag.
Yes.
Okay.
They did. And the boots and, their Vaseline and their rubber band gym and their steroids and their pain pills and all that kind of stuff.
So everything stunk in that bag.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So then
ringworm galore.
Randy would walk in after just getting back from the airport. And, he probably needs to be in the locker room to start getting ready. And Andre would see him and goes, "Get out. Get him out." And so WWF security would have to come and say, "Randy, you got to get out of here.
Go change in a broom closet."
Yeah, so then they would tell Randy would go hide or go wherever, go to Vince's office. And then when Andre would go back to his locker room, they would go tell Randy, "Hey, Andre's gone. You can go in there now." And he would go in there.
Why did he hate him so much?
Because he didn't like the way he treated Miss Elizabeth. He thought that he was mean. And
he was right.
Yeah, well, he was right, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, he was a French gentleman.
And so he then one time took a poop on Randy's mattress, hotel
Wasn't
bed,
it giant
hotel bed.
I mean, I can't imagine that he's popping out little
Hold
pellets.
on. So just imagine when you, as a little 100 and what are you, 62, 65?
165.
As you, as a little 165 toothy, smurfy little son of a bitch, sometimes you get a big one, right? Think about your biggest one.
Yeah.
Now, imagine a guy that was 4 times bigger than you.
Jesus.
I mean,
how much do you weigh?
500.
No way.
And Hogan told me that the pile that he put on Randy's bed was literally like the size of a large pizza.
Yeah, he put
like his bowel movement was the size of like an 18-inch, pizza. Like that was the pile, the width of the pile that went up, like a little tasty treat. Was 18 inches. He went in there, Randy's room, and pooped on his. And then what do you do when you've wrestled all night long? You get into the room, Lummy. You're like, oh God, thank God I'm back
here. Did you do it
here.
under the sheets or on the comforter?
Right on top of the comforter.
That's easy. Then you just take the comforter off and you throw it off to the side. If you had done it under the sheets, that's trouble.
I don't know how he did it, but listen, you imagine you're just getting back, and you're probably a little bit sore. You just did a job for Hogan, whatever. And you're just all you do want to do is lay down, and you got your wife, Miss Elizabeth, with you. So, Lummy, you're thinking you're going to get some ass or something, and you go into an elephant pile of poop.
I mean, that room must have smelled to high heaven.
And then you had to call. You got to call housekeeping, and you got to get all new, sheets and blankets. And
I sent you an image
of what?
Just a comparison of the body of Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can get it right here. Oh, yeah. Now, we all know how big Hogan is.
Yep.
Like, there you go. That's how much bigger, comparison. Remember Hogan used to call from the toilet?
He sure did.
Remember?
Yep.
That's where one of the most infamous farts came from, if I have it right here or not.
Gross.
Well, I mean, we got a new parody.
Yes, we do.
So anyway, listen, Friday, December 22nd, we're going to have the roast, the Bubba roast. And it's going to be I'm getting roasted, and Lummy, you're I guess I'm the roastee. You're a roaster, right?
Roaster.
You're a roaster.
Yep.
Brian, you're a roaster. The roast master is Dan. Anna's a roaster.
Are you going to roast us?
At the end, that's tradition, is the roastee gets up and does his whole spiel on everybody else and has a response.
Right. Which I'm actually working on. Merch Crick is going to roast.
No way.
Yes.
Daddy, no.
Tara is, Tara has not agreed to it, but I'm going to ask her. I'm going to ask her nicely. I don't know about my mom. Maybe.
What about Fabrizi?
Not in town. Jay, I'm going to invite Tom Bean. Boy, Tom would have some real dry, real mean ones, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
You know how dry and mean he is.
His don't come across as jokes. That's the problem.
Tom's come across as fact.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So, am I missing anybody, Lummy? I mean, listen, all along the way, if we can think of anybody, that would be good, it has some good dirt on me, knows some iggies about me, and could be funny and delivering those. Let's think. I think the stage is pretty much, we might be at capacity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, let me. Right now, it's me, you, Dan, Brian, Anna, Rhett. Is Macho Man roasting or not? Does he
No,
just
he
keep
said
it?
no. He wants to keep his job.
Right.
He's
Jay,
the only one here who can't be fired.
Jay and Brian, and then Tara, and then Merch Crick. That's 10. I don't know. I mean, the stage is going to be tight.
It's going to be 3 hours long.
You do no, because you limit everybody to 5 to 6 minutes, and then you have a bunch of in the middle, just like walking up in dead time.
I would say
5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes.
Trust me, nobody's going to be prepared to do 20 minutes up there. I mean, that is a lot.
Listen, those even that are the most prepare and really write this, and to take like you, Brian, it's 6 to 7 minutes.
That's a lot.
And that's zinger after zinger after zinger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So Friday, December 22nd, 8 p.m. at all of our various platforms. Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, Kick, a few others. We'll be live that night, 8 o'clock, for the Bubba Roast to celebrate 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're not there yet, so please go sign up for our YouTube.
He's been arrested, sued, fined, and fired. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So what does that make him? Bubba the Love Sponge.
Any chance of blowing in a call to your buddy Lisa Lampanelli?
No, because that would require her to have to travel. And
yeah.
Doesn't she just do black eye jokes?
I probably should get maybe Britt Hatley.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, I saw a delightful video yesterday of
Caitlin?
Yeah, on Twitter.
What was she doing?
Well, she was having a snack.
She was having what?
Snack?
Was it like a well done sausage?
No, it was more like pudding.
Oh.
Like a custard.
Don't tell me that Caitlin Hatley was eating poop.
No, pudding. You go to chocolate pudding because that's the only pudding he's ever eaten in his life.
I'm not even getting into this. I don't even know where the fuck you're going with it. Fucking bitch. I don't even know where the fuck she's going with it.
She was ingesting somebody's swimmers.
Her and Brian are in their own little fucking world.
They're in their own little fucking bullshit.
It was an oral abortion. She's sending you the video so you can put it up on the big screen.
How do you spell her name?
Caitlin?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
K-E-L-Y-N?
I'm gonna ask Tyler to roast me, you stupid shit. I should fucking block you for just even trying to start shit like that, you asshole.
We will have Ace here, though.
Shut up, Brian.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. I got you. I got you.
I do have the right to beat the shit. Anna, all you sending me is this fucking Jesus Christ. You sent me that. Alright, let me take this off.
You gotta click video. Hold on.
Don't
You gotta
tell me
click
what I
the
got.
button that says video, right? Or view. View.
Oh.
It's just hair gel.
What does it say it again?
It's just hair gel.
What does it say again?
Just hair gel. It's like that scene from There's Something About Mary.
Well, I went to a combo bag. You got it all you can eat. Running down my chin. You like it? Okay, well, me too.
Went to a buffet.
Well, I went to a combo bag. You got it all you can eat. Running down my chin.
What is she saying?
Come buffet.
What's what right here? Listen.
Well, I went to a combo bag.
Oh, cum buffet.
You got it all you can eat.
What?
I'm talking all you can eat.
running down my chin.
It's running down my chin.
It's just tough to understand, isn't it?
Well,
You talk the same way if you got cum all over your chin.
You got it all you can eat. Running down my chin.
She's got the Hogan Fu Manchu going.
Oh, goddamn, Brian, chill out. Jesus.
Well, I went to a combo bag. You got it all you can eat. Running down my chin. You like it? Okay, well, me too.
Okay.
I like when it's connected to her tit. That was pretty cool. And it dripped down and formed like a bridge from her chin to her breast. Have you ever been to a cum
Is
buffet?
that Michael Jackson on TV?
Huh? Where?
Have I ever been to what?
A cum buffet?
No, I've never been to a cum.
All you can eat.
Man, Brian's gonna just get so much fucking heat at the roast. It's gonna end up destroying everything.
I think he's gonna go real hard at Dr. Dan.
Yeah, Brian, you might want to hire Rob Kahn to be your bodyguard for the fucking night. For real.
Brian from Philly. $100.
Thank you, Brian from Philly. I need help, Bubba Army, please.
He says, not for Brian.
Did he really?
Yeah, Las Vegas Mario 25.
Let me come back. Let me come back with all these, okay?
Shut that dog up.
Hi, Gloria Zach. How's little Frankie doing?
Shannon Burke roasting.
What?
Someone asked about Shannon Burke roasting.
I would love for him to be here. That's what we call a soft target.
Oh my god.
Shoot style.
Yes, Brian.
Oh god, get this off my
Oh, you brought it up. You nasty
know.
freak.
I know.
How many times did you watch it?
Like twice. Maybe 3 times before I got here.
She probably rubbed her bean to
Rubbed
it.
one out to it, yeah.
You caught me.
In the parking lot.
You know it.
She just
Probably rubbed her bean to it.
She just imagined that it was glazed from the donut.
Sick bitch.
You into facials, Anna?
Up to get hers.
Like guy finishing in your face. Is that disrespectful or is it hot to you?
She thinks it's both.
I think it is both. It is disrespectful and it is kind of hot.
Yeah, that's the
It's
official.
kind of like her position on abortion.
Exactly.
I have cognitive dissonance with this one because on the one hand, it's very demeaning and disgusting, but on the other hand, I kind of like it.
Why are you making me sound more allergic?
Because now you're an allergic Jew.
She sounds like Gilbert Godfrey.
Oh my goodness.
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain, taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, this roast that we're doing December 22nd is gonna cause an absolute civil war amongst our family, Lummy.
Oh, yes.
And Brian better bring, like, you might want to invest a couple $100 in hiring some personal security because, I mean, if you're going to, I mean, I know you're going to bring it. You bring it during hot mic, and that's not even being able to target Dan. Wait, because you'll laser lock on Dan. You know that.
I'm going to spread the wealth out, man. Is Kevin coming?
I don't know.
How can you not have Kevin?
I don't think Kevin would want that, you know.
It's not good for his brand.
Yeah, he's doing, you know, what if he runs again? And then they all of a sudden they bring up, oh, you're on Bubba's Roast, and, you know.
Well, come on.
Brian from Philly, $100.
He's not your friend if he wants.
Las Vegas Mario
Maybe.
25 on Venmo.
Just let it go. Quit trying to get heat with just everybody, okay?
Uncle
I want as many people as I can to get get heat with it.
Hierarchy.
I want to spread it
Uncle
out.
Eric, 50 on the Cash App.
Hierarchy, 250 on the PayPal.
Michael,
PayPal, Venmo, Cash
Thank
App.
you, Babyface Brigade.
Balls for Anna, $20.
The Babyface Brigade.
Biggie 7375, 25 on the Cash App.
Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. Thank you so very much.
Babyface Brigade hulking up.
The Babyface Brigade. So what's this, Lummy? This is from a podcast yesterday.
The Outkick.
The
podcast.
Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show.
Yeah.
This is the Outkick.
Yeah.
Anna, this is a really big podcast, isn't it?
I haven't heard of it.
You
The
never heard
Outkick
it?
coverage? The Outkick.
They took over for Rush Limbaugh, and they can't fill those shoes.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Nobody can.
Yeah.
You're right. So anyway, they did have Trump on yesterday. Here's what they asked him.
Consider Tucker Carlson on your VP list.
Oh,
Now,
wow.
I want to give you a hypothetical here. You're a big sports fan. You know, like Nick Saban's going to retire at some point. And if you talk to the athletic director at Alabama, he would say he has a list. So would Tucker Carlson be on your list of potential VPs? And how many names might be on that list as you sit and look and survey the political field?
I think that's a great question.
Is somebody eating like a Jolly Rancher
Yeah,
on there?
probably.
It's real professional.
Stanley the Sniper, $20 on the Cash App.
Donald Trump probably took like a cough drop or something.
Yeah, he's probably yeah.
Well, I did my first, you could call it counter-programming, but I won't call it that. But Tucker wanted to do an interview during the first debate. And I think because this is what your business is, we broke every record.
Monster audience.
In history. Yeah. I think it just hit over 300 million people. But it was for that evening over 207 million. It then got to 275 within a day or two. And the biggest ever was Oprah's interview with Michael Jackson, which was 125 million. So we almost doubled it. Now, who would have thought that was going to happen?
Answer the question, Donnie.
The last debate they had the lowest audience in the history of presidential debates. I don't know if you know it. And I think the one tonight it's on tonight, and I don't even talk about it.
Would you consider Tucker, though, that they based on those
I
numbers?
like Tucker a lot. I guess I would. I think I'd say I would because
now, Brian, would that be cool?
I think I'd say I would.
I know, but I'm asking you, would that be cool?
I mean,
is that a joke or is that cool?
He's just rolling with it. Yeah, he's I love this guy. Is just so amazing to me. He's like, he brings up the debate that night and he goes, but I don't talk about it. As he literally talks about it. He is just the best.
Hold on,
I could listen to him
as much as
forever.
you hate him.
Oh, he's so
Hold on,
entertaining.
though. As much as you hate him, you have to be enamored by his just straight pimp swag, right?
It's not even
like he
that.
doesn't even care.
He's such a swindler.
He's just such.
Yeah.
He's just like the used car salesman. It's not an act. It is who he is at his core, and it is amazing to me.
He's good at it.
Like
He's
he starts
funny.
a question about would you ever consider Tucker Carlson for VP candidate, and he transitions to some would call it counter programming. You might do that. I wouldn't. Like you literally called it counter programming.
And then he gets into rather than to answer the question, how him and Tucker then set all-time viewership ratings in the history of TV.
And then the debate. Oh, the first debate was the lowest watched one ever.
Yeah.
And then the second one is tonight. I don't talk about it.
Right. Hold on here. Hold on.
What you just did.
Listen.
common sense. When they say that you guys are conservative or I'm conservative, it's not that we're conservative. We have common sense. We want to have safe borders. We want to have a wall because walls work. You know what I used to say about walls? I'd say wheels and walls. Everything changes. The computer that you have in front of you in about a month from now will be totally obsolete. Right now,
pretty much right on that.
You have the finest equipment.
1 month. I mean, it's really honestly
totally obsolete. Won't even work.
Like realistically, that's more
Let me
like
just
it's more.
start it.
But hold on. Realistically, that's more like 2 years. It really is 2 years. You're in 2 years.
It's not completely obsolete.
No, we got computers that are 10, 12 years old.
Trust me,
here.
I've dealt with them this morning trying to get everything pulled up.
So, but he really goes over the top. He said next week your computer's out of date. Hold on.
Might as well throw it away.
Might as well throw it away. That's another.
Buy a new Trump line of computers. They're going to be the greatest computers ever. The fastest processors, always updating.
Or you can buy the one that Joe Biden got, the one from China.
Tired, old, hacked.
I
heard Joe Biden buys all of his computers from China.
A month from now, that equipment will be obsolete. The only two things for centuries that's not obsolete are wheels and walls, right?
Pretty good.
No, when you think about it, right? A wheel will always be a wheel. It's never going to change. in a wall will always be a wall.
Even
And walls
fire,
will-
fire totally overrated.
Man.
So last century, fire not even
Yeah.
needed anymore.
Let's
not
not
even
even
a thing.
Let's not even talk about water.
Water
We don't
is
need
not-
water. Water's so overrated.
We
You know
have
that water the water you're drinking right now, next week isn't even going to be worth nothing.
We have Coca-Cola and Diet Pepsi. Who needs water? Waste of time. One of the most overrated beverages ever.
Sunshine to create the ecosystem. Don't need it. Sunshine. You don't need sunshine. You can have a tanning bed like I do. Makes me orange. You know what I'm saying?
Wheels and walls, the only two things. And Trump. Wheels, walls, and Trump.
Hold on.
No, walls work. Remember when they were saying walls don't work?
Yeah. And
Remember walls?
Joe Biden's got a wall at his beach house, by the way.
Yeah, he does. And by the way, there are a lot of other walls. Nancy Pelosi has a wall also. And if she didn't have a wall, of course, it didn't work that well with respect to the husband.
All right, enough of that.
Wow.
You got-
Her husband got attacked with a guy with a hammer. And
hold on.
He's bringing the heat.
Hold on. Let me hear it. Let me hear Don bring the heat. Don is literally like Paul Heyman, the manager of Roman Reigns, is he not?
Yeah,
He's
he
like
is.
almost a pro wrestling manager.
Oh, he is amazing. He
Hold
is
on.
amazing.
He is. He's amazing.
He is amazing.
Here we go.
And if she didn't have a wall, of course, it didn't work that well with respect to the husband. But, generally speaking, it would work.
Brings in the fact that her husband got his ass kicked by. Let me ask you a question. Was there ever any closure to that? Like, was there ever a ruling on that? Because it seems like it just went.
They said it was like a disgruntled ex-lover or something.
That was the conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Right.
He was holding him there waiting for Nancy to get home is what the actual story is. I mean, we've seen the body cam. It's not, it is an odd
But wasn't
situation.
there something about them having some sort of, I'm not saying a sexual relationship, but they knew each other?
No. I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty positive on that.
They were,
I think that was
together
thrown
prior to the incident.
No, I
Let me
think
Google.
again,
Like what
I
was
don't
the
know.
fi-
I don't
what
really
was
quite
the
remember.
final? I don't know that there was.
They're in a jury selection right now.
Oh, okay. So this is going
That
to
was from
trial.
yesterday. Yep. Yeah.
So this is criminal. I'm assuming it's a criminal.
Yeah, he hit him with like a hammer.
Yeah, he entered into his house and hit him with a hammer.
All right, so if it's criminal, then obviously I don't think they're going to be able to. I think they've determined that it's not like a lovers' quarrel or something like that. Wouldn't that be summary of judgment where?
No,
that wouldn't be.
I mean, it would be.
I mean, I guess
there
you
would
could
be
still
a domestic violence type charge.
Right.
I think maybe potentially.
But that's not what I don't think the guy's facing.
I mean, it's not what the reality is. But if people want to make up their stories and live in fantasy land, they're allowed to do that. Like, you're allowed to be wrong. This is America.
Don't forget, Brian will be probably the biggest. Maybe we should have an award like the biggest heat getter of the night award, or
that person just gets fired.
Yeah.
Fire a volunteer.
Gas is going down. How about that?
Yeah.
Strategically. These politicians
Well,
are
it's the
like,
time-
I want
it's the
gas
time-
high in the middle of my term, and then when it starts getting to be where I got to be reelected, I want gas to go
It's
as low
the
as
time
it
of the year. It's seasonal.
but
yes, because the
we're
oil,
going for the winter blend.
Well, the winter
but usually that means, like let me tell you, usually when they're changing over to the winter blend, it's usually a little bit of a price increase.
Yeah.
Usually, historically, that gives them a reason to kind of bump you up another 10 or 15 because they're switching out the summer blend from the winter blend.
Summer
Very
blend
rarely
is
does it go down.
it is more expensive to make than winter blend. Period. So
Now what?
Again,
So you're
baby
saying
face
the
with
gas that you get in July
is more expensive.
Is different than the gas you get in December.
Yes, the production takes longer.
And what's different
and less
about
of a yield?
What is different about it?
I don't know all the science behind it.
I didn't know there were different blends.
Yeah, let me Alexa, what's the difference between summer blend and winter blend gasoline?
Here's something I found on the web. According to LATimes.com, winter blend gasoline is a mixture that evaporates more quickly than gas sold in summer months.
So
it has to be more viscous, I think, and
it evaporates. They say quicker
in the winter, but the processing on the summer blend is much more involved. Also, demand decreases. Think about it. Our families are not taking road trips when the kids are in school during the winter.
Right.
So there's a higher demand in the summer. The gases cost more to produce, and so naturally the winter sees a decrease in demand and a decrease in in cost of production, and which leads to a decrease in the gas.
If you're planning on heading to the gas pump today, you may be in for a pleasant surprise. Gas prices are finally under $3.
Yeah, Lummy, you can find things in the twos now.
Yep, I did yesterday.
My Lord. My Lord.
If you go to Costco, I've been filling up for $2.99 or less for about a month now.
Yeah. And I'll tell you another one, Lummy, with the Walmart on Dale Mabry.
Oh, yeah, that's super cheap.
Even though it's, that's like the worst.
The worst gasoline you could put in your car ever.
Oh, is that for real?
I mean, that and Thornton's have to be the worst, right?
So, I mean, you're trying to tell me that the quality of gas is different from like Sunoco compared to Thornton's?
Yeah, so higher grade companies put detergents and other things, additives into their fuel that make them better for your car.
First time in months.
I want the cheapest. I don't care what it does to my engine gas I can get, don't you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Although I do have some race gas that sometimes I'll sprinkle in, some 114.
Now, according to AAA, flat...
Into the smart car?
Hell yeah.
There's the average...
That's my girl.
There's the average American right there. She's in her XT6,
She got them drumstick forearms.
Mid-size SUV. She's got those drumsticks forearms. She's got her Steve Spurrier visor on,
At demand at the pump and cheaper.
She got her gloves on. No,
yeah.
Brian, do you put gloves on when you pump your gas?
What's that little cricket on the next shot?
No, that means you do.
No, I don't. I've never in my life.
not
I laugh at people when I see them do that.
Yeah.
No, I have hand sanitizer in my car.
Sure.
As soon as I'm done touching that disgusting pump, I sanitize my hands.
Right. Exactly.
I'm not gonna wear gloves.
I don't.
This isn't surgery.
I usually eat a sandwich.
cheaper oil prices.
I lick my fingers, especially after she touched the pump. I sniff in the pump.
Murphy Express in Prosper, must be Texas, $2.53. Yeah, this is Texas. Sam's Club, $2.55. It's not even near that.
$2.79 at the Costco.
You know why? Because Dallas is so close to where they refine it.
Yeah, they don't have to transport it. The transportation cost is like zero.
The Houston, Galveston area, I think, is where one of the largest refineries. That whole area is refineries. So piping it over, trucking it over to Dallas ain't such a big deal. That's why they're 20 cents, 25 cents lower than we are.
I don't live anywhere fancy. I just live in Plano, Texas.
A few reasons for that drop. The state average right now.
I'm not even putting it over.
Is right around $2.93, and we did look around DFW for you, and we found some of the cheapest prices in North Texas are actually
that girl's strung out
in the North area, right near Prosper.
Isn't it fun?
They got some hotties at the gas station in Texas, man.
Isn't it fun to watch the humanity? I could just watch people that go to the gas station all day because you get your little soccer moms, but you get your big mamas. Lummy, you'll get your lunkheads like me.
Oh, people watching at Walmart is sport.
Oh, yeah.
That is sport.
The worst gas station, I think, is at 7-Eleven.
Up here?
Humanity. Oh my God.
Gas there, only $2.53.
See Grandpa in the Mercedes.
Gallon. At the Sam's Club in Plano, right down the road, prices start at $2.55 a gallon. And then
little granola bitch.
In Mansfield, we also saw a Sam's Club with
guy?
gas prices right around $2.56.
He's putting diesel into his car?
Yeah.
One way to avoid
gas tax in
expensive
Florida is
car
26 cents a gallon, and Georgia it's 0. The federal tax is 18 cents. So why doesn't DeSantis clean that up? He needs to get back here and work, buddy.
Because we're a tourism state.
6 cents a gallon.
He's cutting deals, man.
It's not that.
He's bought and paid for.
Hey, what's our state income tax there, buddy?
0.
All right, zip it, lippy. Got to have taxes from somewhere.
I'd rather pay a gas
Macho
tax.
Man's gonna kill you too.
Brian, I'm about to take you outside.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm going to put you on my shoulders, and I'm going to superset squat you, and then I'm going to break your neck.
We pay taxes at the store, so we pay taxes there.
So
why do we have to pay 26
Georgia
cents?
has a sales tax.
hold on.
Yeah, I understand that.
Georgia
But they
has
have
a
no
gas
gas tax.
Georgia has a
The
gas
state
tax?
tax is 0.
Gas tax is 31 cents in Georgia.
Not according to Google.
Well, according to
Lummy Bing.
why is it
Looks like you need to fight me and Lummy. Now what, Mach?
I'm not taking on Lummy.
What?
Thank you.
I'm not taking on Lummy,
I
but
know.
I can get you, Brian. No
My
problem.
big Lum will
I'll just
help
throw you in the
smash.
trash.
Well, Lummy will let you win.
Throw you in the
though.
dumpster.
If I tell Lummy, let Macho win. Lummy, do not let Macho lose. Make sure that
Bubba.
I want Macho to win because Macho's really his headspace is far more important than your headspace.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Macho would snap me like a Slim Jim. I'm not saying that wouldn't be the case, but
you got to give Brian some credit, man. He'll shoot on the even tough people. Like
Maybe he could run away effectively.
Did you get beat up a lot, Brian, as a kid?
Nope.
Never did?
Nope. I got into 2 fights in high school and won them both. One kid was way bigger than me, Brandon Toll, way bigger than me.
How you got in 2 fights in high school and you won them both? Tell me about the Brandon Toll showdown. What happened?
So,
what grade are you in?
This would have been 9th grade.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
Sorry, 10th grade.
So what year is 10th grade for you?
Sophomore year?
No, I know. What?
Actual
like fiscal year.
1998.
All right, so I'm on 98 Rock.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And you're going to what high school? Pasco
River Ridge.
River Ridge High School in Pasco County.
Yep.
And you're in 10th grade. Now, are you kind of a nerd?
Yeah. Well, I'm a chameleon. I kind of melded in with everybody because I played some sports.
Right.
I was,
and we're very knowledgeable about sports.
And I was obviously, book smart, and then also, involved in student government.
All right, really quickly
clubs.
here, Lovey, you're wrong because Kemp suspended the gas tax in Georgia.
Oh my God.
So
Okay, he
that is
suspended
incorrect.
it. Okay.
Yeah. So they have no gas
Rob
tax
Green,
in Georgia. So
$50 on the cash app.
All right,
DeSantis can come suspend our gas tax.
Thanks much for the interruption. Brian, back to getting your ass kicked, but not you beating Brian Thornton up.
Brandon Toll.
All right, so you're kind of a nerd,
yeah,
but you kind of blend
It's kind
in.
of under the radar,
Yeah.
bullying.
Probably also have the reputation of being kind of a smart ass, funny kid too.
Yeah. I finished second place. So for how they do senior superlatives.
I was class clown.
I finished second place in most likely to succeed and class clown.
Do you want to hear what I placed first in? Prettiest smile. Most likely to stay in Warsaw for the rest of his life.
Nice.
No, class clown and most school spirit. That's what
you
I
have like 12 people in your graduating class. You won all those awards.
I won four.
I had 500
awards.
535
voted
people
on
in my
by
class.
all my friends.
I had 535 people.
Clean them up.
So God forbid
Most
that I
likely
win
to get
something.
4 abortions.
Jesus. All right, so go ahead and tell me about this one of your 2 victories.
So we're playing basketball, and it's kind of like a fall day, so it's a little, it's cool. But this is back in '98 when it wasn't as hot in Florida.
All right, because of global warming.
Well,
right, sure.
because of whatever.
Yeah,
I'm not.
go ahead, Snowflake.
It's just fact. It's fact.
Woke on out, buddy.
Yeah, it's not El Nino that comes every couple years.
All right, so you're playing basketball.
All right, so go
Zoom
ahead.
out those
Back
graphs
to
too of the climate history temperature.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Playing. I didn't say anything about climate. I said it's colder in '98 than it was in 2023. Didn't bring in any science.
Hold on, by maybe a 10th or 2/10 of a degree, maybe.
But that one day was just so
Lummy,
hot.
you go ahead and
getting
look.
hung up on
and
a
look at Lummy. Look
Yeah.
at what the average
temperature
in 1998 in Hudson, Florida, and
No, Newport Richie.
in Newport Richie, Florida.
No, technically Port Richie, Brian.
Well,
I was in Newport Richie.
Let me just say Pasco County.
Oh, my
The average
God.
1998 temperature in Pasco County.
We're
in
getting
98.
squirreled here, Bubba.
And then you're the.
I didn't do anything. I said it was kind of a cool day, and then all of a
Shut
sudden,
up.
Mach and his
Mach has
global
squirreled me
warming.
3 times, and so I want to know the science behind the cool day. This is something I'd like to know. So, Lummy, tell me
Way to
right
go,
now
a-hole.
what was
It was December.
It was December. So do average temperature in December, Pasco County in 1998.
Okay.
I'm going to wait for your information. I'll write that down.
Just because it was average temperature doesn't mean it wasn't colder on one
Just
day.
shut
but
up.
Whatever.
Shut up,
This would be the
Brian.
only way to really do this. So shut up. It's my show. I'm getting ready to turn your mic off here in a minute. Go ahead. Let me. What's that number?
story
Let's get how the roast is going to go.
Let me. What's the number?
Shut up, turn
Do
my
I need
off.
to ask
Average,
Alexa?
average
bring that up.
temperature was 81 degrees
81 degrees.
in December that year. In
Okay.
1898.
Now. And
Which
now.
is cold for Brian.
2023. I guess we don't. Actually, you have to go back to 2022. It's last time we had a December.
Right.
What was the average temperature in Pasco County in 2022 in December?
In last year, it was average temperature was 70,
In December.
December in 2022, the average temperature was 73 degrees.
No.
That's what it says. I'm just
8
going.
degrees
81
warmer
Hold
in
on.
1998.
I'm just going off of what I'm
You're
reading.
so stupid.
I'm just going off what I'm reading.
You're reading. Do you even fact check? What
World
are you
weather.
reading?
World weather, and then I also looked at AccuWeather.
There's no
Weather
way
Spark.
that the average is 7 or 8 degrees lower now than it was then.
I'm just reading what
There's no global cooling going on right
Well,
now.
actually, it becomes more extreme.
Yeah,
the summers become hotter, the winters become colder.
Yeah, whatever.
Biatch.
Okay, it was a cool day in December. Okay, we were on winter break.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
We were on winter break. It was a cool day in December. let's get back to this.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I want to get
So
to the fight.
we're playing basketball. We're playing like a pickup game in front of Brandon's house. So he goes inside and gets everybody like a pitcher of water. And he thinks it would be funny to throw the leftover pitcher of water onto me.
Okay.
After everybody's gotten
their water.
Yeah, he's got ice water. He throws the pitcher of water on me, and I just snap and I lose it. And he had glasses, and he was probably about 3 inches taller than me and probably weighed about 40 pounds more than me.
That's significant.
And I go up, I get him down in a headlock, and I'm just left right into his face repeatedly. Broke his glasses, bloodied him. It was bad enough that I was completely covered in his blood on my shirt because his glasses had cut into his eye and into his nose. And I had to go over to a friend's house, borrow a shirt from them, and throw that shirt away. So when I went home, my parents weren't like, what the hell happened? But it was pretty bad for Brandon Toll that day.
Now, did a word get around that, man, don't mess with the nerd boy because he actually kind of brings it a little bit?
Yeah, I got a little bit of street cred that day.
Nice.
I got a little bit of street cred that day. I mean, it wasn't like I did it in front of a large enough audience. It wasn't at school, so it didn't carry over that way. But it was enough.
It got a little whisper, did it
got
not?
a little whisper.
Right.
Got a little whisper. And so that was the last time I've had a fight in my life, a physical altercation. So it's been 25 years.
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I
Tom
had a
Bean,
real.
when he beat your ass.
Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't. It wasn't a fight, and
Really,
he didn't beat
Bubba?
my ass.
Really, Bubba?
He beat your ass verbally.
It was
emotionally.
It was me flipping out and hitting him. Him then not fighting back and looking at me and asking me, "Am I 1 done? And 2, do you feel better about yourself now? And 3, that's all you got?" Then I started crying.
So he won the fight.
Well, yeah, I mean, he won every aspect of it. I'm just saying he didn't even have to throw.
Did you really start crying?
Well, I just kind of Anna, have you ever been like just so?
I don't cry. I cry every day of my life. I'm kidding, Bubba.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, I cried. I cried because we were going through a really tough time at that time because the thing that got me all heated and stuff was, that last scandal that I was in. You guys know. Everybody.
Which one?
Well, Anna, please don't start trying to get it out of me. You know which one I'm talking about, and I don't want to talk about.
Got it.
So don't do your standard Anna trying to drill down on the deal to hold me because I'm just telling you.
I didn't say nothing.
I don't want to talk about
There
it.
was a 2-degree difference, by the way, in 1998. I went on U.S. Facts.
And 2-degree difference in what manner?
It was 2 degrees colder, actually.
In 98?
Yes.
Thank you, Macho Man, for completely having to get your information in, come hell or high water.
So I was
and
right?
you just can't take an L. All right. So we were talking about a very, 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 very sensitive subject that was very detrimental and has been very, very detrimental to my life. And it was a very big mistake that I made.
Yes.
And as he's reminding me of all the stuff I've done and how in the hell could you ever think about doing that? And do you understand? And he's breaking it all out. Like, do you understand what the implications are going to be from this?
It's kind of like a parent does to a child.
Yeah, he's my agent. And he's like, he's now telling me of what my stupid acts are going to cost us and the long, painful road I have ahead. And he just keeps going on and on. I'm like, I know. And then I just lost it. And then I hit him. But I didn't even connect that good. I did hurt my hand.
Wait, what?
I didn't even get a good connection
Then
on it.
how'd you hurt your hand if you didn't hit
I just hit him like the wrong way.
Like a limp-wristed Sally
I don't
boy.
know, man. I just didn't get a good hit
the
on
wall
him.
behind him?
I don't know. I mean, I hit him. I hit him pretty good, but it just.
Ow, Tom, your face hurt my hand.
Your face is so bony.
Your
God
face
damn
is-
it.
It's not even a fair fight.
But it was
'cause
just very
I hit one
calm.
of your buttons.
It was one of his calm and just it was his calm and collected demeanor and delivery back to me that just totally made me lose it. And that was like, really? That's all you got? And
he's trying to help you. He's
Yeah.
on your team, and you're hitting people on your team.
I just lost it.
I'd cry too.
It's called transference. You couldn't hit yourself, so you hit Tom.
Boy, this roast.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be a good one, huh?
Don't
We're going
you
to go
know?
with the Youpers, don't you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go, Pack, go.
So
Jordan Love.
He loves to turn the ball over.
Non-scripted and unregulated.
Sort of like the same sensation you get after sex.
Bubba the Love Sponge. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Holy shit.
I'll make sure all my stuff is packed up, ready to go, just in case I get
All your
enough.
stuff? You have like stuff here?
Well, you know, a few things.
You got that lotion?
Got that mouse pad.
I want my mouse pad! Let me back in! I need to get my mouse pad! It's faux marble!
I love it.
Who gave that to you?
I bought it. Right?
You bought it?
I
Was
know.
it on sale?
No, it was just on Amazon, so it's
Oh,
cheap.
okay. I love after the first game of the season. I was like, Jordan Love's really good. He's a good quarterback. This is good. Who's the fool now? Aaron Rodgers blew out his Achilles. Fuck him.
I think that we should do an after show where you guys just fucking are me. I mean, fuck. You guys are funnier. You guys are funnier being me than you are being yourself, you stupid
How do we
fucks.
do that without Anna? We'll do it as sports. Bubba talking sports to Bubba without Anna.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to bring up our after show. Are we going to go sports this?
Fuck, dude. Come on, man.
There's not much
You're
in sports
writing
to
me off
talk
this
about.
fucking sitcom day by day.
Not writing you off. But
You're
just
writing me off this fucking sitcom.
I'm making adjustments of the sitcom.
You're like the cousin Oliver that comes
Based
in
on
when
the
sitcoms about
Based
stuff.
on the data I'm getting back, I'm just making small adjustments.
Just doing what the
You're not on
listen,
Wednesday,
the council,
on Thursday,
hey,
or Monday,
the
or
council
Tuesday.
spoke. The council spoke. What do you want me to do? Not abide by what the council says?
The inner
Pay
circle.
for this whole thing. The inner circle. Okay? The inner circle.
If they say anything I don't like.
Maybe if you spent more time trying to win them over rather than getting points and shots on me and getting cheap heat with me, maybe the inner circle would like you better. But they don't. Just like Babyface. They don't like him either. He rubs a lot of them the wrong way. That's why he's only on a day a week. He used to be a co-host. It's not me. It's the inner circle. Ask him. I'll show you the text. But I won't. But I will. But I won't.
That's pretty fucking spot on, actually.
That's the. Well, Anna, I mean, like, we're not writing you off, but, like, you know, I like.
You're fucking writing me off this program.
I have bad news for you. You die next week.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Why are you coming for free rights on the?
We have. I got sent the script for next week's show.
Doesn't look good for me.
No.
Not a great prognosis.
Especially the way you go.
We're not writing her off.
We're just running off the road.
We're just gonna, you know, take a little bit of her real estate away.
Yeah, you know, you're getting a little too big for your britches. You got chat cancer. It happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Holyoke Joe, I love Anna, blah, blah, blah. You know, nobody else said anything good about you in there at all.
Oh, I know. I'm aware. More than you know.
Let's do a show poll.
Let's not.
You want more Anna or less Anna? Got good news and bad news on it.
What's that?
Well, the good news is you're going to have a lot more free time on your hands.
What's the bad news, Big Papa?
Your pay is getting cut 40% because you're only on 3 days a week now.
I'm only on 3 days?
That's it. That's what the inner circle said. We've optimized it.
Is that what Big Red and Creatine and Iggy and
It
said?
was very rarely is the inner circle ever unanimous on anything.
Right.
But this one time, every single person.
What was the question?
Should we have cut back on his hours on the show?
Right.
And the inner circle was everybody said yes. Half of them said just get rid of her. And I said right now with this climate with Israel and the Palestinians, it wouldn't look good for me to get rid of my only Jew. And I talked to Lummy about it, and
Right.
he was unwilling
did
to
Lummy
switch
say?
his religion.
What did Lummy say?
Lummy was unwilling to switch his religion or wear a yarmulke.
And he doesn't like Anna deep down anyway.
And Seth turned me down.
What, a Palestinian?
No, you're a Christian. You're a good Christian.
A biblical scholar.
Yeah.
Lummy, I think you have one more box maybe to take upstairs.
Yes, I do.
Because what are you?
I'm the carrier of all heavy things.
Skated by.
Damn, Lum, that was a close one.
He had multiple sheets of paper. If he had a trapper keeper, he wouldn't have been thumbing through
on
the.
my notebook, so I don't have
Trapper keeper got.
I don't know if you noticed, Brian. I don't have much real estate.
Yeah, you're running out of space.
So
he has a cell phone, 2 laptops, and 4 monitors going.
Trapper keepers. Okay. So you get him at 99?
No, 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah. Still 2,000. No, seriously, Anna, we love you. We just,
Don't like you.
we're gonna do a sports
And
after
horrible
show.
for the show. Goodbye.
You know,
No hard feelings.
I can tell everybody right now, I would not be as funny if I was on every day. I think that Bubba understands
Frequency
that.
dependent.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like cyanide. The right amount can be medicinal. The wrong amount will kill you.
I didn't know that there was a medicinal quality.
Cyanide was used medicinally for a while.
For what?
I don't know. Killing people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, occasionally used in emergency medical situations to produce a rapid decrease in blood pressure.
Ooh.
There you go. It's
Yeah.
a vasodilator.
Yeah.
Sodium nitroprusside. See? The more you know.
Hey, Iggy.
Hi, Iggy.
You are about to enter the Bubba Spin Zone. Are you sure you want to do this?
Toss the salad.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, we welcome. And if you're listening on or watching, if you're watching the show on, like, let's say Rumble or YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, the after, while terrestrial radio is hearing commercials, we have the mic called a hot mic, and you can hear us in here carrying on. And Brian has his own show for the hot mic. Like, he's got his own.
As you.
Yeah. Brian turns into me during the hot mic and then just pontificates everything from he'll ask Lummy some questions, and then he'll ask and answer honest questions as herself or me. And then he'll ask him, like, it's a whole thing in itself. We should do a show. Maybe today's after show could just be Brian being me. Maybe Anna could take the day off.
Oh my God.
No, so like, honest to God, Anna.
Yeah.
I was thinking about doing some sports with Brian
No,
today.
you weren't until
No,
Brian
listen.
started talking about kicking me off the show.
Here's the deal. Like,
putting worms in your brain. Don't listen to him, Bubba.
All right.
No, I like having Anna on the
All right, so
after
here's
show.
the deal.
There's
I
not
like
enough
at least-
sports going on to do a sports only show.
But will you stick around for the after show?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as we don't go long, like super long.
No,
and as long as we can start.
No, we have a hard start at 10:20 and usually a hard out at 11:15.
I can make that work.
Like, we're usually right at 55 minutes to an hour.
And on that note, Lummy's beard looking really good today.
Lummy, honest to God, have you got some? I mean, like,
Oh yeah.
Did
By the way,
Ashley
Lummy-
throw it at you last night when she saw
Lummy,
you?
do you know what,
the day
Lummy?
before.
Hold on, Lummy.
Yes.
You and I have had some private time. We've talked. We talk every morning.
Yeah.
And I've had 2 meetings with you privately since your beard trim
Bubba says him.
and dye, and you've not once, as my friend, even thanked me as to how good.
That's messed up.
No, you've
Wow,
not.
that's
You've
screwed
not
up.
said one word.
Right, even
Whoa.
her. I thanked you in the kitchen after you did it. I looked at it and I said, "Wow, Bubba, you did a really good job. Thank you."
That's just one time after the fact. You
And
need a
yesterday-
me every day
you
for
need,
the rest of your
you
life.
need reaffirmation.
Yesterday, I said thank you so much, and I said Ashley gave it to me, and I made a joke saying that she did Billy Mays style, and I had it, because I look like Billy Mays.
Oh, I thought Billy Mays style meant you got pegged.
Dead.
I thought Billy
You
Mays
just
style.
laid there and
We
you
did-
took
we
it
did
from her.
rails
I
of
thought Billy.
cocaine and
I thought
oxy.
Billy Mays thought that you guys chalked up rails after Walker went to bed, and
Yeah, we did. That's what we were doing.
and you had almost a deadly amount of cocaine.
Yes, that's what we were doing.
I thought.
No,
Billy Mays
I
meant.
love it, Bubba. I look really good. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, why
So-
didn't Ashley call in and thank me?
Why isn't your son calling?
Yeah.
Now, does your son does he notice when you get your beard trimmer? No.
I don't think so.
I think the only thing he cares about is maybe in this order: boobs,
Yep.
food, and more boobs.
Sounds like
and,
Bubba.
and toys.
No, I would
Boobs, food, and toys.
I say boobs, toys, boobs, and maybe food.
Right.
Yeah. He's all about boobs.
And like, does he even like put you over at all?
No, not at all.
No,
not
He,
one bit.
Is he real stiff with you?
Why? You have a nice rack.
Thank you.
No, but he knows that the meaner he is to his dad, the more his dad will soften up.
Sure is.
He knows that.
Yep.
So he's mean to you? Like, does he punch you in the face?
No, he didn't punch him in the face, but he just is real. He's just stiff with Lummy. Like Lummy's his last. Like if Ashley's holding him, and then I go to grab him, he won't. He doesn't like that. He'll go back to Ashley. But if Ashley would leave, then he might take his dad. He'd be like, I'm going to reach for my dad.
Exactly.
I mean,
he's getting a little bit more independent. He doesn't, he doesn't put me over at all.
He doesn't, does he?
No, not one bit.
How about Ashley? But he knows she's the booker, so he completely baby faces for her.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anytime that we're
Is he a
doing
whole
something
different
together,
kid for her than he is for you?
Yep, 100%.
Like he'll just be an absolute wild monster with you because he knows that one, you're not going to do anything about it, and two, he pretty much. God, Lummy, you're so Stockholm that you're already owned by a 2-year-old.
I know. He tests me a lot, too. His elephant ears is what we call it. He doesn't listen at all. He just runs down that sidewalk. He just does whatever.
So, like, what if he does something like does not listen, and that could potentially,
be dangerous?
Be dangerous. Yeah, be not good for him. Like if he just started running in the street, like.
Do you use corporal punishment?
You got to whip. I mean, do you ever whip that ass? I got to think that Ashley might.
No, she actually hasn't yet because he's so young. But I kind of yoked him up yesterday. He wasn't listening.
He's being a bad boy.
Yeah, he was trying to run in the
road. You feel proud yoking up a 2-year-old?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, he turned around and threw his toy at me.
That's a W in Lummy's book.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I yoked up a 2-year-old.
Did you spanked? Well, yeah, we went through this.
I spanked Tyler.
Yeah, and you even spanked your step one time, right?
My stepdaughter Julie, I spanked only one time. It only took once for me to say I never want to spank this kid again because she was so tough.
Didn't Heather make you or something?
Yeah.
Wait, maybe hold on. We have
so
2
tough.
stories in a row of you hitting people and being in complete control of the situation, hitting people, and them having no reaction to you.
First of all, me hitting Tom Bean, I was not in control of the situation. I wasn't even in control of myself.
But I mean, physically, it's not like he attacked you first. You were the aggressor in both of these stories, and both times
they both said that's all you got.
The people are like, "That's all you got."
Well, so listen, Lummy. So he throws a toy yesterday.
Well, he was running. There's people looking at the house next to us, and the cars.
He knew there were bad people. He didn't want him to take the house.
Well, he was running over to go talk to him, but he knows not to. We call it the blacktop. Don't go on the blacktop, which is the road. And he was going toward the road to go say hi to them in their car while they're driving. I told him no. He didn't
what is
listen.
he, the neighborhood welcomer?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right?
He waves at everybody.
He's a friendly kid.
Yeah. So I said no. He looked at me on the edge of the blacktop and chucked his toy right at my face.
And then went on the blacktop?
Went on the blacktop.
Lummy.
Double bird.
Lummy.
I know.
Lummy, that's a spanking.
Oh, I
like
him.
Lummy, you gotta spank him.
I wish we had video of that.
I yoked him.
You got to get a body cam, Lummy.
Did you? I mean, you got to at least make him cry on that. You needed to really rattle his cage on that.
Yeah, I grabbed him and I took him to the garage to the people, and I gave him a good little spank.
And here's what's so bad about today's environment. Like, so you gave him a little spank, but you had to take him into the garage so nobody sells it. Man, back in the day when I was growing up, your mom and dad could whip your ass right there in Kmart. Like, they didn't have
you go to Walmart still these days, you still see ass whoopings.
Really?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, 35-year-olds.
Everybody.
Yeah, but
get after it.
But I mean, like Lummy. But back in the day, you should have been able to grab Walker right there in the front lawn, light his ass up, and that's it.
Yep.
I mean, no hits to the face or anything, but 4 or 5 nice little ass whippings.
Give him some taps.
Which at the end of the day scares him more than it hurts him. And the parents would be like, I saw Warren across the street spank his kid. Kid needed it,
Mm-hmm.
Little son of a. I'm glad he's doing something because he's already running around here like he runs the joint. That's what people used to say. Now it would be like, I saw Warren next door abuse his child.
Oh, yeah.
And I have already contacted the Pasco County Child Abuse Hotline. And they're coming out to, yes, I'm going to get him in trouble. Yes, I am. I'm going to him. You know how big that guy is? He yoked this kid up and gave him 3 big swats on the butt. And the kid was beside himself. He was crying and everything.
What did the kid do? Oh, it doesn't matter. He should have just talked to him.
Oh, he should have just put him in a timeout.
Tell him no.
Listen, little Walker, it's okay to throw a toy at my face and run into the traffic. It's okay, buddy.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and put you in a little timeout here. Okay, no big deal. No, you whip that ass. That way the kid then associate. I mean, kids are like animals. And they're like, okay, the kid.
So are adults.
The kids then like has to think, okay, the last time I did this, I got my ass whipped. So I didn't like that. That ain't cool. So I'm not going to do it. But if the last time he did it, he just got a little talking to, bitch, I'm going to do it all day.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Put him in timeout.
Yeah. So the one time I had to give my stepdaughter a spanking, she was like maybe 8 or 7. 8, 7. And I'm doing 2 shows a day, one on Sirius, one on Cox, syndicated Lummy, and then we had that
Sirius.
And then we would do 6 to 10, and then we would literally have to stay in this area. That's when the Clem Gym evolved. So I gave my guys a place to at least do, that was actually pretty cool of me, Brian, as a boss to try to do that for him, wasn't it? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, nobody appreciates it.
No,
it was great.
Barely thank you for dyeing their beards around here.
Right.
I had to clean it, and then you let me work out there.
Yeah. So anyway, it's still in existence.
You can work out here,
So-
but you gotta clean it first.
Then I did 3 to 7 on Sirius XM. Then I got home. So I left that. No wonder I'm just saying, like, I was just not a good parent and not a good husband because I wasn't present. And I could see where, had that really, Heather, obviously we had other things that happened, but I could see where she would resent me and the fact that she had to do the raising of all the kids.
Bet you wish you had an exercise bike at the Clem Gym.
Oh, my God. Brian, Jesus.
I'm stunned. That was so damn good.
That was.
I mean, that was so stiff. Wow. Wow. And I got to take that L. I mean, when he comes with one, when he comes with one that's just guttural, you got to take it. I mean, everybody should be popping on that. They're like, oh, snap. And if you know, you know. If you know, it's funny. If you don't know, you don't get it. Right, Brian?
Right.
I mean, yeah.
That was for the loyal Bubba Army. I'm looking out for you.
So I get home, and I guess Julia had caused all kinds of problems at school, or had been disrespectful to somebody, or told Heather, just really upset Heather, like really was naughty and bad, and so Heather went to spank her, and now Heather was in shape, and like she was jacked, she was
Still is.
right, and so I guess before I got there, Heather spanked her like 3 or 4 times, and Julia was like, pfft. And so Heather was like, oh my God, this kid. And so I walk in, and Heather's like, you have to go to Julia's room right now and give her a spanking. She did this, and this, and this. And I'm like, well, first of all, she's not really my child, and that would be kind of disrespectful to her father, Kevin, who was a great guy, by the way, still is. And so, I don't know if I need to do that. I don't think I should be doing that. She's like, I'm telling you, you need to do that because, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not going to, this. I says, okay, well, I'll go spank her 2 or 3 times on the ass, but you have to be in there. Like, I want the door open with you, you in there with me watching. I mean, right, Brian? I mean, like that's
that's because you don't want stuff being said like,
right.
oh, he did this to me or
right.
whatever.
Whatever. I don't want anybody. I just want to. So, and so I went in there, and she was already, knowing that I was gonna. I think she knew what I was gonna. Like I think Heather had told her when Bubba gets back, I'm gonna have him spank your ass. So she knew when my bad stupid ass rolled up in there what I was in there for. So I'm like, Julia, you know what? You can't be doing this and that and this and that and talking to your mom like that. You know that's wrong. And she tried to spank you, and you were kind of a little smart ass and disrespectful about it. So I'm going to spank you. So now most kids, when I used to tell Tyler I was going to spank him, he would automatically start pre-crying because he's like, like, because I mean,
the thought of it coming is upsetting.
Like upsetting. When he was a little guy. Well, so most kids would like maybe start like a little pre-cry gimmick, and she's like, okay. And I look at Heather, I'm like, what? So she literally, I don't even have to wrangle her up. She literally comes and lays across my knee. Like here you go. So I do 3. I go bam, bam, bam. Thinking, And I laid him in there too, Lummy. I mean, I laid him.
Yeah.
We got done. She's like, okay, all right.
She buttons up her shirt all the way, says, "Are we done now?"
Oh yeah, I'm just like, whoa. Then we shut the door, and Heather goes, she's just so tough. Yeah, I know. Anyway, Lummy.
So Bubba Army Shop, Bubba Army merch. You can get your Bubba branded paddle for your kid, because if you have T-Rex arms and you can't make them cry, nothing works better
than your Bubba paddle.
Than your Bubba paddle.
It's got spikes in it.
It's got a raised Bubba Army logo and chevron, so that you can leave the mark, and it's reversed so that when you're done beating your kid, it says Bubba Army on their backside.
Always remember who it came from. Uncle Bubba.
Oh man. So that's right. When you spank your kid, leave Bubba Army on its ass. So when it goes to school the next day and the Child Protective Services are coming to your house to arrest you for child abuse, they can also potentially loop me into it as well.
I don't have a QR code.
And please ask the CPS person to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Hello, I'm with Pasco County Child Protective Services, and I'm here to... Yeah, can you make sure you subscribe to the Bubba Army channel? Because I know that's what you're here for, because Bubba's Army's all over my kid's ass right now.
I got a bumper sticker with a QR code. You just scan it. It's as easy. And you just give it a thumbnail.
So today's after show, we'll just do like a regular show. So Honest Days. Yes. I was wanting to do a sports show because I love doing sports with Brian.
Sports was yesterday.
But Anna's throwing a fit now where she feels she's being thrown out, kind of like losing, like being thrown off the show. If you're taken off of after shows, do you really count those?
Yeah.
Do you? See, you do. I don't. So, you really put a lot of credence into those after shows. I'm just trying. Listen, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm just trying to get through them.
It's a throwaway for Bubba.
I understand that
he wouldn't do them if it wasn't for this whole.
I wouldn't do them.
Thing.
Well, yeah, like if we made as much money on after shows with just not me and you guys, however you want to slice up an after show. I'd love to be out of here. Like on Fridays when I get out of here at 10:05. Oh, my God, I almost catch a boner on the way home. I'm just like, I feel liberated and free that I'm away from this place. And the things we're getting ready to do, I'm getting ready to have to be here more, do more content.
Oh, I know.
Brian got an idea for you for additional content. Lummy, you and Rad are going to continue yours. How did you guys like the early start time? Did it make money? Did it do good?
Yeah, we made money. Yeah,
on the sports show.
Oh yeah.
They did a sports show yesterday.
I saw it was streaming.
Thanks for tuning in, Brian, and giving that thumbs up.
Yep.
So today's after show will consist of all of us, including Brian, and it will not be sports oriented, so Anna doesn't throw a fit.
Oh, I don't care if it's sports oriented. I'm gonna stay. I prefer it not be sports oriented.
But I do have one of these rubber band stretchy gym kind of deals that every once in a while I'll work on. If I got some, do you want me to give that to you so you can start kind of maybe doing like a real rubber band?
A little pump.
Yeah, because like while we're talking, like, hey, Brian, the Lightning seem to be, they just traded a defenseman away, and any update on the Stamkos thing going on? And then Brian will get into a huge pontification and all kind of deal.
Yeah.
And you could be over there doing like your little...
Macho and I have talked about doing that.
Well, Zach Bogosian was a healthy scratch most games this season, so getting something or anything for him, it's more of a salary dump than anything else.
Can I get that band so I can jack my delts up, even though I'm still in the studio and on the show?
And with the Minnesota Wild, they needed some backline help. So.
Now, Bubba, please.
And then don't forget Wander Franco. He's
coming back.
He's
coming back.
That was a procedural.
Yeah, they say it's nothing more than a procedural.
But he's back on the roster. So there's an update.
You test the waters.
Does anyone have any ropes?
For you to hang
myself.
All right, ready?
From the stripper pole.
Coming your way. You ready?
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, you hit the camera.
I did?
Yeah.
But it was a great throw, Bubba. Like Joe Montana throwing.
That is a $5,000 piece of equipment.
I gotta tell you, it's tough to throw a rope. I mean, for real. Like, try to throw a rope. Let me kind of try to ball it all together. And and try to efficiently get it from point A to point B.
It's too thick for her.
Yeah, wasn't tough for Brett Favre.
Do you have a pink rope?
Oh, see, it's too hard for you.
Yes, there you go.
Don't throw them back. I'm not looking for them. They'll hit me in the side of the head.
That would be hilarious.
You're smashing.
You're
into
gonna,
TV.
you're gonna have
Here
to.
it comes.
No, you're gonna need to walk. You need to walk it up here. If you're gonna bring my bands back, walk them up here. Do
Bands will
not throw
make
them.
him dance.
You can't do that. What?
I got it.
You can't
She's
do.
leaning all the way back and pushing her. She's like fully extending her leg. She's got it now. She's getting a little pump on her buys.
Oh, look at that. She is getting.
Oh
see?
yeah, you should have seen me yesterday, boy. Damn.
No, what I'm saying is, like, if you could stay in the studio, not have to leave, and you're not interested in what we're talking about, and you
I got
just,
a pump going.
and you could just do that, and then if
I
you
saw
wanted to
these-
just pipe in, go, and then just go back to pumping. You'd be like a world level pro bodybuilder by the time, like, after a couple years of the show.
Sure
as
would.
much as of the stuff that we talk about that you either one don't like or two got a bad attitude about.
She'll end up dating Mach.
So I've been trying to get into this all day, and I need to get into it now, Lummy. Then we need to go into words so we're not too late. And I wanted to get Brian's spin on things. Like, I think it's. I know he's not your cup of tea, and he's not necessarily mine either. But I mean, he is absolutely killing it. That's Trump. And it said in this yesterday's news story was that he's leading in 5 critical states. And these are the 5 states I think he lost that cost him the election: Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Now, of those, all but Wisconsin are, well, let me see. Michigan +5, Trump. Georgia +6. Nevada +10. Arizona +5. Pennsylvania +4. Now, we don't know that this is how it's going to be, and this is very, very early on.
I mean, it's a year away.
Right, it's very early on. But those, I mean, that's all it would take. It would be for him to win those, and it's over, right?
That's, I mean, absolute 100%. But one thing that was interesting.
Maybe do a pick 3 on those. If you do a pick 3, he wins.
One of the things that was really interesting
because didn't he lose all of those?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
One of the things that was really interesting about the election on Tuesdays, nobody ran on Biden. Like everybody, like Brashear in Kentucky, he ran on state issues. He separated himself from national politics. In Virginia, a lot of the House and Senate winners in the state delegation there, they distanced themselves from Biden's policies. And it wasn't like Biden was in Ohio actively campaigning against for the abortion constitutional amendment. So Biden is not the path to victory.
Let me ask you a question, Bud. Is he even
live?
Is he even?
Well, he's not even president. No, Trump is the president.
Is he even? Please,
right now.
Is he even like actively, aggressively campampaining?
They're fundraising. He has a big war chest of money. He's got that, but he's not. He's not doing anything actively or aggressively. I don't see how he wins an election. His biggest problem is this.
Talking about Biden.
Biden is that even if people don't switch their vote for Trump, he's not going to. First of all, any incumbent usually sees a dip in their second term run. So it's always closer in the second election than it was in the first for them. And
although I don't know about Bill Clinton and
well, Clinton was a different story because he only won because of Ross Perot.
Right, I understand. Okay,
so that's kind of
which could be.
Clinton,
I mean,
that's one
Bush,
of the.
Too.
But aren't we heading in a Ross Perot third party type deal with RFK
Not
Jr.?
Really. The fear with RFK Jr. is he's going to pull more votes. Well, not the fear,
more blue.
but he's going to pull more red than blue.
For real?
Yeah,
no doubt.
Well, then doesn't that give Biden the win?
It could. That could be the only thing that saves him.
Right.
Is that because what's going to happen is those record numbers of African American voters in Fulton County and in Philadelphia and in these urban areas are not going to come out to vote. They're not going to vote for Trump per se, but they're not going to come out to vote for Biden. And if they don't come out if he doesn't get the same or similar numbers, he can't win. I mean, he can't win if he doesn't get the same or similar numbers. Trump's support is undying and unfledgling. I mean, they will follow him to the ends of the earth.
Right. They'll jump off a mountain for that guy.
He will never pull below 40%. Because he's got 39, 40% of diehard support, where literally he could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and they would not care.
And RFK,
nice.
RFK is going to run, right? I mean, he's already
he's announced his
candidacy.
intention to. A lot can happen between now.
I know
and,
that,
and
but
then.
I mean, would
Do you think he dropped the campaign if it gets closer and he's offered like a cabinet position or
or
something?
if Trump
VPs
would
him
be
up?
the guy that would sign him up for something to get him off the ticket, right? Not Biden. Biden probably wants him on the ticket because he draws more red than he does blue.
That is the conventional wisdom. How it actually plays out in the polls and things like that, we'll have to wait and see once things become more crystallized here. But where things stand right now, the conventional wisdom is that RFK Jr. might actually hurt Trump more than Biden.
No doubt. They're both anti-establishment dudes.
So what if Trump, would it be completely mind-boggling and it's absolutely the stupidest question ever to ask and it just simply won't happen? Could there be a scenario where Trump would be like, get a hold of RFK Jr., offer him a VP or a cabinet
I could see him as like Secretary of State or something like that.
Something. Could you see that, Brian? Is that out of the question?
He could do that if he
he was smart.
Promises to drop out. Yeah,
It's got to get closer to the.
Promises to drop out.
Like if RFK promises to.
Oh no,
drop
yeah.
out,
RFK
Trump,
would drop out under those conditions. You would go to RFK and say, "Hey, listen, buddy, drop out." And when we win, you're Secretary of State or, ambassador to Yippee-O or you're something. And, okay, I'll drop out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a position of power where they don't really talk too much.
Michael Mayer, 20
Secretary of
Venmo.
Vaccines.
Yeah.
Secretary of Vaccines.
We'll let you replace Fauci. So, I mean, Trump's almost, Brian, got to do that. He has to get RFK out.
Well, a lot can happen between now and then. I'm still not convinced that Biden's going to be the Democratic nominee.
For real?
I'm not.
And it's in the history of, I don't know that it's ever happened.
It hasn't. It hasn't.
Who do you
It's
think would
never
pop
happened.
in?
Gavin Newsom.
I think the only time it happened was when Johnson, the guy from Texas from Kennedy got shot, Lyndon B. Johnson, he just chose not to run, right, on his second term.
Right.
He finished out Kennedy's, then he did another, then he won an election, and then theoretically he could have ran.
Because you can do 10 years, right?
Well,
no, you can do.
You could do.
I think you do
that.
2 terms, but if you finish someone else's,
Yeah, you could do. I mean, you theoretically could do 11 and a half years.
Right.
Oh, okay,
You
okay.
can only be elected president
I understand.
twice.
I understand.
But he was eligible to run,
Right.
and he didn't. So that's the only time it's even been close.
Why didn't he run?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he didn't run. I think he was over it. I think he
Who's
was
over being leader of the world?
It's not. No, it's not him being over it. It's him not getting this. He
knew he was going to lose.
Knowing that he's going to lose.
It was probably the party telling him, "Hey, Lyndon, great news.
You want to get whacked like JFK, bitch?
You want?
Yeah, your predecessor got shot in the head for not falling in line.
And if you don't think we can pull it off, we did it in your state while you were in the car, bitch.
Don't think that wasn't a message to you, buddy.
Yeah. Don't think that we didn't strategically just blast him through the head so that it did not hit you. And I think didn't a bullet end up down by the floorboard by him or something like that?
He wasn't in the car.
I think Lyndon Johnson was in the car.
No, it was the governor.
His wife was in the car.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Jackie O was
Jackie
in the car.
was in. No, I thought you meant
Oh,
Lyndon
not
B.
Lyndon's
Johnson's
wife. That
No,
would be
no, no,
weird. Although Kennedy was probably railing her too.
Yeah, he was. He was a swinger like Hatley. Yeah.
Swinging's cool, man.
But listen now. Johnson wasn't in. Who was in the front seat?
It was the governor.
He got hit.
Yes, he got hit in the wrist, magic bullet theory, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it was Jackie O, JFK in the back, and then the driver.
So they tell Lyndon on his, which would be his third term, but second election.
Right.
They're like, Lyndon, listen, this Vietnam War is going on too long. We got you. You really are just not doing good. We got to get you the hell out of here. And if you just say that you're just tired, you just want to go back to your ranch and do cool stuff. So he did. Remember? And
Who was after him?
Well, Nixon won it. I think Nixon won it, right?
Nixon, yeah.
Who was the Democratic candidate for the was it 1970 or 68?
Yeah.
Hey Alexa, who were the presidential candidates for the 1968 election?
The presidential candidates for the 1968 election were Hubert Humphrey, Democrat, Richard Nixon, Republican,
Hubert.
and George Wallace.
Well, he was the
American
incumbent
Independent.
vice president, though,
Yeah.
so it made
Humphrey.
sense. So this would be
As an ass
unprecedented
bucket.
because Kamala has no chance.
Right.
So they're not going to run her. I see if it isn't Biden, which I'm not convinced that it is. I see Gavin Newsom coming in as the quote-unquote reluctant hero, saying, I don't want to run. I wasn't going to run, but I'm being called to run, and we can't let that evil orange man be president again.
Newsom says that.
Yeah.
Right.
And so he ends up running.
And then what do you do with Kamala? Put her, just keep her at status quo
Just
VP
keep her
with it?
out of the way. No, she wouldn't be VP.
You don't put her in VP?
I don't.
She has zero likability.
She has zero likability.
No, she's not.
So you
smart.
find, who's the next powerful, liked female?
You could get,
hold on,
you
female.
Can go, you can go Hakeem Jeffries as VP to Gavin Newsom.
Who's Hakeem Jeffries?
He's the lead of the House for the Democrats.
Cool dude.
Cool dude. Very
African American gentleman.
Yep.
Yeah, he's in. He's in. Hakeem. He's in. Lummy, when we get back, Brian, have you been keeping up with this? I'm sure you have, because it's kind of
local.
It's huge local. It was a Netflix deal, and then it's also medical malpractice, which is something that you very much participate in. And this is a huge case in that world. So I'm assuming that you're keeping up with this, the Thamaya stuff.
I was not.
Really?
No, I haven't seen the Netflix documentary.
We were going to talk about that next. Maybe you can just go with the flow. I'm assuming.
I mean, I can learn about it during the break and be ready to talk about it.
If you could, please.
Yeah.
Maybe a little less worrying about how stupid you can make me look, and maybe preparing for the next break would be great.
I will.
All right, thanks.
He was a good guy, even though he's a
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
That parody. Yeah.
Take care of Maya. Why don't you take care of me?
Michael Meyer.
All right, so Maya, and then parody, then words, okay? Because we're late.
I got lots of words.
Oh, and I gotta get that plastic surgeon, Lummy.
Dan?
No, did you guys see that? Didn't you do? I gotta. There was a plastic surgeon that got arrested in Tampa, and said, "Are you listening?"
I'm trying. Yeah.
In a body. This is something you will not want to miss, and. On the body cam, he asked for his attorney, Kevin Hazlett.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I gotta pee though.
Yeah. Did you see the bitch light up?
Wright Adams?
Huh?
No, that's not it. This guy that was arrested for crystal meth?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, William Wright Adams.
And write it. William
Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T, Adams.
Who's still in business. Good evening, everyone.
Step out of the car for me.
Sure, I'm sorry. What did I do?
Okay, I'll tell you just a minute, all right?
That's St. Petersburg 22. Okay. So a 2021 bird spotted a man wearing t-shirts from his office for plastic surgery.
Where does it say?
Okay, I'm watching that.
Would you like me to call them and tell them? Or are they going to do that when you show up?
Somebody sent it to me.
After following Adams from his home, police stopped him for questioning
Here we
in
go.
connection with a 2021 burglary.
Lummy, I'm sending it to you on text.
Adams hired him to burglarize an ex-boyfriend's home. The report says a security camera captured Adams' vehicle, and neighbors spotted a man wearing teal scrubs.
All right, if you can get that to me, it's.
During the stop, police found a glass pipe inside a leather backpack. They also found a packet the police report says contained 3 with possession of methamphetamine. Not guilty, but 7 says not set for. We observed patients and staff at Dr. Adams called an amplification weapon.
Close to having the case worked out?
Yes, sir. Trial is set for December.
Pretty close to having. Okay, that's fine.
Patients and staff at Dr. Adams' office after he told he was busy with patients. The department website shows Adams at Adams' first Method Justice Center. Friends sought a restraining order with threat to report had nowhere to live. Styles that friendship.
Send it to you, Bubba.
Dallas County not be time. One call involved deputies serving a narcotics arrest warrant on Adams' then house guest.
Oh, you know Dan would be having a fucking heyday with this.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm tired of seeing?
What?
I'm tired of seeing the died by suicide line. They committed suicide. They killed themselves.
Hold on. Brian, you gotta be quiet. I gotta listen to this.
I mean,
Thanks. Quiet.
I'll explain everything, okay? I'll explain everything, right? Okay, that's fine. This is more important right now. Alright? Just too tight to pull your hands. I'm just gonna set this on your desk real quick. While we were
Does he say he wants to talk to Kevin? What? Oh, thanks, baby. I'm fucking scrambling trying to find this fucking stuff.
Okay, we ran.
I'm scrambling right now. I'm scrambling.
only play that he's going to be at the roast.
God damn it. Okay. At 9-minute mark. Thank you.
Decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you? Having these rights in mind, you wish to talk to me now? I would. My attorney. Okay. You want your attorney present? Okay. Once a good lawyer, one will be appointed to represent that's in custody. Okay.
Now let me find me the story.
Okay.
I just had it.
Yeah.
Here on. Yeah, I got it. I found it.
Okay.
Up here tonight on ABC Action News at 6, the I-Team uncovering the criminal record of a local doctor who's still in business. Good evening, everyone. I'm Paul LeGrone.
And I'm Wendy Ryan. Thank you for joining us.
On ABC Action News.
Well, at least he has his priorities in order.
Great. What do we do with him now?
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I was going to talk about this Maya case. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit later, but it's been brought to my attention, and Lummy, you know what? Let's get it out of the way.
Okay.
Because I know, poor little thing. Throw Anna in your Tom Brady type way, and let's see if she can be, like James Lofton. She's from San Diego, so she should be John Jefferson.
She could.
And let's go ahead and open up your package.
Oh,
Who is your package from?
I think there's a note inside. So.
Really quick, I need to thank Chuck and Leslie for the Ford thermos. It was awesome.
Aww.
Chuck and Leslie, love those two, and she's very beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, she's stunning. Anna, my wife works for the WIA, maybe. She's a badass and was behind the naming rights of the tour. We had a few of these lying around, so here you go. Keep doing a great job on the radio, even if you don't take calls. South Tampa.
Well, listen.
Oh, sweet.
I mean, don't you think it's been awesome not taking phone calls? Like most radio personalities, it would be unheard of if you're like, listen, you can't take any phone calls. But we're like, I can't do a show because you guys suck.
Yep.
We got so many cool things and so many things to tell you about how cool we are and things we got going on that we don't. Your phone calls simply are a distraction.
They are
distraction.
This.
So when they get you a little, when they get you,
A nice little sport jacket. Very sexy.
Cover those little raisins up.
Yeah, WTA. Okay, I guess it's a tennis deal,
Women's
right?
Tennis Association.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, South Tampa. I appreciate you.
So Lummy, I was gonna go get into the Maya deal, which is this girl. Well, just off the top of your head, Brian, what do you know about the Maya deal?
I've read up on it now.
So go ahead. Give me just like a little synopsis, because you don't know a lot, but your synopsis will be enough to set up potentially what we might talk about.
So Maya was a girl who got this diagnosed with this rare chronic pain disorder for young children. She had been treated for that condition with ketamine, actually, and her family had taken her down to Mexico to receive what's called a ketamine coma that actually helps alleviate the pain, and it was working for her. One night, she was suffering from extreme abdominal pain, stomach pain, and her father took her into the ER at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital here in St. Petersburg, Florida. While there, her mother, who's also a nurse, Beata Kowalski, insisted on the daughter receiving ketamine. Obviously, not a very usual situation. Beata being a registered nurse, and the daughter actually asking for pain medication. The hospital, and this is one of the problems with medicine, which we can get into later, but they thought this was strange, and they called Child Protective Services. Over the next, 87 days, they prevented the mother, Beata, from coming into contact with her daughter, Maya.
And how old was Maya back then?
11
years
so
old.
They're not allowing their mom to see
At
her
all.
her
Which is
11-year-old because
ridiculous.
they think that she's crazy.
Not even supervised, which is insanity, right? No physical contact, even if supervised.
Even if the mom was full-blown cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, they could bring her to the place that she's being held, supervised, and let her speak or see with her child a little bit.
Exactly.
And then make the kid go back home.
Right. And then ultimately Beata took her own life.
Because of the state.
After 3 months of not letting them see her daughter.
That is what the allegations of the lawsuit are, is that that all this bad stuff happened. Now, I will say this. I handled, around this same time, I had a medical malpractice case against Johns Hopkins. And it is what it is. I mean, it is well documented what their problems were.
By the way, Shannon Burke just rolled into the Bagel King in Winter Park, Lummy.
Yeah, they have us
says
on.
they have us on their TV watching us right now.
Oh, frig yeah.
The Bagel King in Winter Park. Love you guys.
Bagels.
Wish we had a Bagel King right here. Give me a nice bagel.
They got 3 locations. in
Hell
Orlando.
yeah. They got 3 locations?
Yeah, Castleberry,
fantastic.
Lake Marion, Winter Park.
So, you're saying you've had your own situations.
And it's well documented. Now, most of it was with the cardiac unit that they were having problems with. And it's
Your case?
No, well...
in a lot of cases.
In a lot of cases. So I don't want to go too deep into the weeds on
Right.
mine. But yeah, so they were having, this is well known that Johns Hopkins was having administrative issues at this time period.
And so now the Mama Maya kills herself.
Yeah, Beata
She hangs
offs
herself
herself.
in the family home while they leave to go to some like barbecue or something, and when they return they just assume she was sleeping, and then her brother, Beata's brother, comes in and is like looking for her, and then screams, and then they find her. I believe it was in the garage. She hanged herself.
So now,
real quick, the concern for the hospital was that it was Munchausen by proxy,
right? Which I could see
with the mother and the daughter,
and so that's what the hospital was kind of.
That's what they
towards.
thought the child abuse was. That this was medically induced by the mother in order for the daughter to need care.
And is that their defense? Is that Johns Hopkins' defense? Because the family, what we're talking about now here is a trial. This has been a Netflix special. And now it's a full-blown, civil
the
trial.
trial's ending.
So the defense is very complicated, but the gist of it, I think, is that the hospital is going to say that they did what they were required to do to protect the best interest of Maya, and that the suicide by Beata was of her own doing and not because of them.
Boy, this number...
Could they even reverse it and say she was clearly crazy? She wasn't mentally able to handle anything, and we're glad that we kept her away because she could have hurt Maya.
I mean,
in
they
addition to
could take
herself.
that route, but
It's risky.
how's a jury going to react to
Right.
you victim blaming?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
asking you, the lawyer man.
I
so-
mean,
he
you
would have.
could.
He
You
would-
got to
he
feel
would
out
have
your
to have-
jury.
yeah, he'd have to be heavily involved in Vordire to be able to make that.
Oh, hell yeah.
to
Drop
be
that
able-
Vordire.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, Brian, you'd have to know the pulse of your jury if you're going to go that way.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
you might be able to go that way based on but you probably So anyway, here's Channel 13 locally. They are in trial. They're wrapping it up, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably going to be a verdict here soon. Could this be, Brian, if the plaintiff was, if the family would prevail, could this be one of those big tobacco numbers?
I mean,
it's 220.
they're
online.
looking. So I guess they asked for anywhere between $100 and $1,000 an hour for each hour that the children are going to miss their mother during their course of their lives.
Wow, I didn't even know that you could put you could even put like an equation on the deal.
It's actually smart to do, and it's a strategy a lot of lawyers are using these days.
So let's say $500 an hour, and they're saying Maya's going to live maybe another 60 years, 60, 70 years.
Right. And it's a strategy a lot of lawyers are using these. Well, you would go with the life expectancy of the mother, but yeah. So because it's hard to quantify pain and suffering. It's hard to come up with a number.
So how old was Mama when she offered
Probably
herself?
like mid-40s.
Yeah, early
Right.
40s.
So let's say she's going to go 45 more years, right? And let's say they value her life at $500 an hour with the kids. And wouldn't you take that times 365?
Yeah, if you go 24 times 365 times 40 years times each of the kids.
Times 2.
But, yeah. Yeah, and I mean that actually only is $8.8 million a kid.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't know how they're arriving at 220 million.
I don't even know if you do. Yeah, whatever. But they're asking for 220, and I mean, does the hospital automatically appeal if they lose that type of money?
Oh yeah. They'll have plenty of issues to appeal about because there's been some evidentiary issues during the course of this case. There's been
So if you're the family man, don't get caught up on a W with a big number necessarily, because you got probably 3, 4, 5, 6 years worth
or you
settle.
ultimately settling out of court for less than that, for some agreed amount that's in between.
Brian, would it be uncommon? Like, let's say you're an attorney, okay, and you get 100 million, 100 million.
Right.
well, they're like, okay, they file their appeal. You call up the attorney. The opposing attorney calls you up. Said, "Hey, Brian, how you?" I mean, because you guys do and can talk, right?
Oh, we're dealing with that right now.
Right. What I'm saying is, you pick up the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't realize is that attorneys, they communicate a lot, and it doesn't have to be through the court system. They can pick up the phone and work on stuff, right?
Yeah,
work
absolutely.
product and things
absolutely.
like that. So let's you got the jury just handed you $100 million. They say that you made 4 or 5, appellate type issues. Now, do you weigh those appellate issues on how strong they potentially could be as to how much of a prick you are? If you're like, man, they do got one pretty strong issue, but if you're like, man, they ain't got nothing.
Well, we just had that. So I had a wrongful death trial. We won. They had an appellate issue. It was probably a 50-50 deal.
Right.
They lost. We did a motion. We did written motions. My written motion won, and they lost. And so now they lost all leverage in being able to negotiate because they also gave up their appeal right, because they can do a post-trial motion and then they can appeal that ruling as well. So, but they waived on that, and so now we're just trying to hammer out, the final number because we had an expired PFS. It is very,
but that's what happens. They go, like, hey, Brian,
absolutely,
Brian, you want 100, but my client says they could price, like would they start like at 10 million?
No,
would they start, or would they? If you're dead in the water, do you start like at 40 million?
But this is why. This is why you put that monetary number out there. How much is it worth per hour? How much is this worth? Because the jury verdict has to be rooted in some sort of reality.
Right.
It can't just be a made-up number pulled out of nowhere. You can't ask for, where you run into trouble as an attorney is you're up there asking the jury for $5 million, and all of a sudden they return a $500 million verdict. Well, clearly the evidence doesn't support that verdict.
Right.
And so that can be problematic. But in this case, if you've presented evidence that could support a verdict of that amount, then you've got a stronger case to make during those negotiations, those post-verdict negotiations that happen.
All right, so let's watch this real
Waited
fast.
now 5 years to hear a verdict in their $220 million lawsuit against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And for now, they're going to have to continue to wait. The jury ended their deliberations again today, just before 4 o'clock, and they're going to be back first thing tomorrow morning. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon explains for us tonight what's going to happen once a verdict is read.
We have a 4 p.m. hard deadline today.
That deadline passed Wednesday afternoon without a verdict in the $220 million civil lawsuit.
So the jury, they're done, right? They're just waiting for the jury to return the verdict, right?
Unless they don't, and then they have a mistrial.
I understand.
Yeah.
But right now it's in the jury's hands.
Yep.
Right? They're deliberating.
Yep.
And how many they've been deliberating? What, 2 days?
Yep.
Against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I think from the moment we know that the jury's coming in, there's still going to be a period of time that we're dealing with this verdict form.
Judge Hunter Carroll told the court when the verdict is reached, it'll take at least half an hour for it to be read. Maya Kowalski, her brother and father, remained in the South Sarasota County Courthouse waiting for any word. The jury, made up of 4 women and 2 men, are deliberating over 7 claims, including false imprisonment, battery, and medical negligence. If the jury sides with the family, they'll have to decide punitive damages as well as future losses the family would likely suffer. That could require more testimony.
Man, she's pretty hot. Is she of age?
No.
Isn't she?
She is now.
She's 17, I thought.
Is she?
thought
I thought she was 18.
She's not hot till next year.
If there is time to do anything in that.
Dude, we need to be sending him a new rug, man. Look at that guy.
Just shave it off, dude.
Punitive damages case.
That looks
If
terrible.
we get to the punitive damages case, I'm going to want to do it.
Yeah, what do you do? What do you do with that little tuft up? That little like stop? Just shave right down to zero.
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital says this case will have impacts across the medical world.
We believe on behalf of the hospital practiced safe, evidence-based medicine, and we're here to defend the hospital's right to practice that medicine.
But Maya Kowalski's family says the actions of the hospital not only took her mother away from her, but forever altered their lives in unimaginable ways.
Your job is to figure out why it happened to him, how it happened to him, and what ends up being justice for them.
From Venice, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
Now, if the jury sides on the claims here, attorneys for Maya Kowalski will then begin testimony for the jury, as you heard the judge just mention, on those punitive damages.
Right. So they're saying, Brian, if they check the punitive damages box, then it's another trial.
So it's
based on just what what their grieving is.
So it's punitive damages are to punish, to penalize the bad actor. So in this case, if punitive damages are awarded, the financial situation of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, there'll be discovery potentially on that to determine what amount would be appropriate to award to punish them for what they did in this case. Because punitive damages are relevant to the individual. What would hurt Dr. Dan is a lot different than what would hurt you financially.
Right.
And so, punitive damage for you would be to take the cameras.
Nothing will hurt Dan.
Yeah,
nothing.
for Dan, it would take both of his Ferraris.
Billions. And the helicopter that he doesn't own but will have someday.
And make him stay at home with his wife on the weekends.
Bubba.
The show's spontaneous. It's unscripted. That's its charm.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
But it's a federal offense.
Bubba the Love Sponge returns after this.
Poor Dr. Dan. Oh, no. He went there.
Did you want to do the parody next, Bubba?
Yeah, probably.
Can I send a thank you note to wherever this?
You can send whatever note you want. Nobody's stopping you.
And on this video too, Bubba, it looks like at 1906 you can hear Kevin.
No, their address doesn't take it.
Yeah, it's at 9 minutes, and then it's at 1906.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they dropped it. Well, he just said.
And then 1906.
1906.
Thank you, South Tampa. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I just got a message from Kimber. Oh, I'm wearing the fucking sweater with the fucking tag. I want to shout him out. Bagel King?
Yeah.
Alright. Bagel King. Florida. Bagel King Orlando, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Winter Park,
I don't
yes.
fucking know, but God, deal with your own inner struggles. Keep me out of your fucking shit.
Yeah, he's got his own shit to deal with.
What, Brian? What do you want? I'm playing my game.
I think he has time. I just thought Bubba was dealing with shit. What game are you
What are you
playing?
hitting the fucking bell for?
I wanted to come up and see what you're playing. Are you playing Monopoly?
Yeah, I'm playing Monopoly, but now I'm done. I don't have any more fucking stuff left.
Oh, you ran through all your money?
No, I got some left. I got fucking 13 rolls left. Now I'm down to 10. I'll have to put it up because I'm going to have to do a show here in a minute, okay, motherfucker?
Well, you should do the show about your Monopoly game.
No, you don't play this, do you?
No. The only game I play on my phone is Wordle.
Wordle, of course.
It's a once a day thing.
It's a nerd thing.
It's a nerd thing. Thursdays I'm delayed in playing it, but normally it's the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning. I wake up, I turn over, I grab my phone.
Man, how good would it be if that was your case, making $100 million?
I wish it was. You know, we didn't quite have that in our wrongful death case, but under the circumstances and the facts and everything, you got to pick the one. You've got a documentary out there about this. This is a high-profile case. This is multi-week trial. I mean, this is the one that you're looking for, that 7, 8, 9-figure verdict.
Yeah, you get one of these a career.
Yeah, this is a once in a lifetime
if
case.
You're lucky,
unless
you're
Steve Yarrett and you get like 5 of them, and then you have to pay out on your own sons.
Well, but hold on. Once you get the one big one, then you're more apt to get.
Yep.
Like one will breed others.
Yep.
Like Jose Baez, that stupid fuck. He did the Casey Anthony thing for fucking pretty much free, but then he got that real high profile one in California, and he got a couple big high profile ones.
Yeah, no, money begets money, success begets success. It's one of those things where once you get that reputation, and the other thing is once you get the reputation in a certain niche area.
Right.
Like, let's say you get a big verdict on a food poisoning case against a fast food restaurant.
Right.
Now, anybody who has one of those is going to go to you.
Right.
So you become that guy.
Las Vegas Mario 25.
So like this Greg Anderson guy, if he crushes Johns Hopkins on this, if there's any sort of administrative hospital mal type claim,
They're going to this motherfucker.
You're going with that motherfucker because he's done it already.
It's like Todd Foster when he got the Eisenbergs off.
Yep.
Like, man, if you really are in some shit,
yeah,
you need to get a hold of this dude because he made.
If you may have murdered your baby and hid the body.
No, but like if you're in such bad shit that they got you on tape talking about what your cocaine problem, and the fucking lawyer is so slick that he can say that's inaudible and we cannot fucking miss that. And that's the motherfucker you gotta fucking hire.
What do you think on them? They did it, right?
They did it. They
100%.
absolutely did it. And Foster was fucking just used his brilliance.
See, I would have a hard time being a criminal defense attorney. That's why I didn't go into it. That would have a really hard time. And I know the good ones, they're like, I don't care, I don't know, I don't ask. But man, I'd have a hard time getting a baby killer off. Man, I'd have a hard time getting a pee-pee toucher off.
You should have seen one time I had fucking Todd Foster in Depot with my people I was going against. And these motherfuckers were from Philadelphia and one was from New York, and they were trying to fucking argue something to the magistrate.
Yeah.
You know, the magistrate.
Yeah.
The magistrate basically is the guy.
Yeah.
He's he talks to the judge about the case.
No, he's assigned to it.
Right,
Yeah,
and the judge tells him what he thinks.
Right.
So we're doing this, and the fucking magistrate we were doing mediation, and the magistrate just told the other people, listen, I'm just going to tell you, the judge does not like this case at all. And
I was there with you, man. I was at that mediation.
Were you there?
Yeah.
With Foster?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So remember how the magistrate...
Well, we're not allowed to talk about what anybody said, buddy.
No. Well, yeah, that's true. Whatever. Nobody's... There's no names. Make up names.
Yeah. This is theater of the mind.
Right.
This theater of everything.
This is one of my drugs.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap. I mean, we know what's important. More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I really want to spend a lot of time, maybe even going over into the after show about this Dr. Adams deal, because this guy here has been kind of me and Dan's arch nemesis for years and years. And Dan, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Dan, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. This is my opinion. But this guy, in fact, I own the federal trademark of the 12 Boobs of Christmas. And so me and Dan at 98 Rock started back in circa of 97. I think 1997 might have been our first year that we did the 12 Boobs of Christmas, and we would literally give 12 women a brand new set of boobs for Christmas. And Brian, you can testify, or who else from Tampa, like it was everybody knew.
Oh my goodness!
About the 12
and how many entries and how many photos. I remember my ex coming home and showing,
going to the files,
and piles, and she'd ask me, "What do you think of this one? What do you think?"
We would have women. I'm not lined up. I'm not lying to you. When we would say, okay, next Thursday, girls, you can come into the station and apply for the 12 Boobs of Christmas. We're going to take a Polaroid of you of your natural jugs. You got to fill out some paperwork, and you could be asked to be on the air and get here as early as you get. As early, you might have to get here at 4 a.m. to get in line. Anna, there would be a line, and I'm not kidding you. There would be a line from here to the World of Beer.
I believe it.
Of girls that are just trying to win these 12 Boobs of Christmas. So we had this contest every year until somebody, I don't know, some plastic surgeon,
some hater,
somebody turned it into the board of plastic surgery,
cancel culture,
and said, listen, this seems to be like a contest, or this might be unethical or something like that. And then the next thing I know, Dan's calling me and saying, listen, you know what? Because Dan is board certified, which is a big thing.
Yeah.
And you don't want to go get any medical procedure from whether it's your eyes, your feet, or your boobs from a non-board certified physician. The physician that you go, whether it's your dentist to your podiatrist, always make sure they're board certified. 90% of doctors are board certified. This is my opinion.
I don't know if it's that high.
Well,
I think it's a little more exclusive club than that.
Okay, but needless to say, you should always go to that exclusive club for care. Right?
Yes.
So this hack, this Dr. Adams, so Dan comes to me and said, listen, I'm board certified, and the board is saying that we can't do this anymore. We literally cannot. And so, like, Lummy, in 2000 and, I don't know, maybe 13 or 14 was like the last year we could do it because they made it illegal. So all of a sudden, Orlando and Wild 94.1, they get a hold of a doctor named Dr. Adams, which is, I think, this guy. I think it's this guy. Now, Lummy, can you see if the Dr. Adams that the Wild uses is this Dr. Adams? Because I don't want to make any mistakes here.
Las Vegas Mario 25 on the Venmo.
Thank you. So this guy, this Dr. Adams that Orlando and 94.1 use, they start their own 12 Boobs of Christmas contest.
I think it's a mommy makeover.
Yeah, the mommy makeover.
Yeah.
And it's a complete ripoff of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But they have to get a plastic surgeon that's not board certified, because since it's a radio promotion and they're doing this on the air. It is now under the laws of which Dan and I can't operate anymore, but because Dan's board certified, but that only pertains, those rules only pertain to doctors that are board certified, and this Dr. Adams that did all of that continues to do all the Wild 94.1 mommy makeovers.
William Adams is the doctor.
Yep. Well, I think this is the guy.
Yep.
So, Anna, William Adams, Orlando steals my concept, and the way they're been allowed to do it is because this plastic surgeon, William Adams, is who they use. He trades advertising for the procedures, and he's not board certified. He's not board certified, and he's a bad person. And so this absolutely tickles the cuckles of my heart. Isn't that what they say?
Cuckolds?
Yes. I don't know.
Yes. No, 100%.
Sure, whatever. It tickles. It makes...
Brother.
They call it curvy claws. Oh, my God.
No, the mommy glow-up curvy claws.
Yeah. So Orlando and all these hacks have stole all my ideas. By the way, I own federally the 12 Boobs of Christmas. That's how much I started this concept. Well, they get this guy, this Dr. Adams, who's not board certified, to be their plastic surgeon, and he does it for advertising. And he's the biggest hack ever.
In your opinion?
And well, yeah, in my opinion. In my opinion, I in my opinion, I'm saying he's the biggest hack ever just because he stole my contest.
Wait,
and
hold on. This William P. Adams, is this the same guy? Oh, never mind. Nope. Okay, you're good. Sorry.
Am I still good?
You're still good. You're still good.
Proceed.
And the reason why I'm calling him a hack is because he stole my idea, and the only way he's able to do it is because he's not board certified. And in my opinion, if you're not board certified, that probably makes you lesser of a quality plastic surgeon than a guy that is board certified. And the only reason why you're allowed to do plastic surgery contesting while charging the radio station for your services in barter is because board certified plastic surgeons can't do that. And you can. But you can also smoke crystal meth and get pulled over and then ask for Kevin Hazlett.
It was meth?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was.
So, Lummy, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do, Lummy.
All right.
We have a new parody.
Yes, we do.
By, I think, Dark Match Steve.
Yes, it is.
DMS.
Yep, DMS.
And it's called, I'm assuming it's about Rhett's dog.
Sure is.
Scout.
Yep.
It's the newest parody. I'm going to do that. Boom. Go into words. Then close the show out. And maybe continue the second show with this Dr. Adams.
Perfect.
I wonder if Wild 98 I'm wondering if Wild 94.1 if they're going to be doing the contest this year. Can he do the contest from prison?
It's a challenge, but I think he can.
And I think he might. Is the board? I guess if you're not board certified, then the board can't step in. But can some governing agency within the medical world, Brian, step in and take this guy's medical license if he's getting crystal meth?
If you're able to be president from jail, I don't know why you can't be a plastic surgeon.
But little dog likes to piss. Little dog pisses a lot.
I said that wouldn't happen again, and it clearly happened again. So I
gotta go drown the dog.
I want you to stay on this channel.
More bullying and brutality after this.
That's real nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bella, don't mess with my Bella.
Okay, I don't need fucking suggestions.
That was pretty good on the fly.
Yeah, it was. Maybe.
Look, they're preparing our bodies for holiday travel with the women from Shapes. Is that your cousin in the front there? Just saying. Just saying. She's one of the chosen ones. My money's on it.
It's Sharon, my cousin. Aunt Sharon.
Aunt Sharon.
Yeah. Come on.
Great job, Dark Match. Dark Match, Steve.
DMS.
DMS.
Not to be confused with DMX. What you really want? That was funny.
Looking up at the roof at the church. Preacher telling the truth and it hurts. Y'all gonna make me lose my bowels. Up in here, up in here. That's the next Scout one.
She did leave turds.
What?
She did leave turds for Bubba to find.
She took a grumpy on Bubba's green room floor. For lack of a better term, she left me a grumpy.
Oh, the Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
that was fucking hilarious.
I've never heard it referred to as a grumpy.
Isn't that so funny?
Was it ever referred to as a grumpy
No.
before that, or he just made it up?
No, I think he just.
That's his
said
term
that.
for
That's
it.
like his
That was
thing.
genius.
A grumpy.
A grumpy. A grumpy is a vengeance shit that you take on your paramours, in your paramour's boudoir, if you will.
Yeah.
That would be a Johnny Depp line.
What a crazy bitch.
A grumpy is a vengeance defecation.
I can't imagine living that life of drama that some people do, some couples do.
That's like they
Like,
thrive off of it.
unbelievable.
Yeah, they
Like,
thrive like it's their
why do you
entire.
discretion like that? And I'm just like, what,
Yeah.
what done? What
Yeah,
are you,
I mean, at this
to have
stage too.
repeated
Yeah.
encounters like that?
Yeah, and to not have children together, not have a life together that is so
Preserved.
intertwined that, I will say it's different when, it's different when you are deeper into a relationship, but when you're in the early throes of a relationship and somebody's a psycho fucking bitch or a major
Did they get
asshole.
married or no?
No.
You gotta get the fuck out. If they're that crazy
Oh,
that
they
soon.
were telling me to leave.
I was like, wow, Anna.
No, but I mean, if they're.
It's almost the end of the show. Just get the fuck out.
No, but like you were saying, Brian, if they're that crazy that soon, you gotta get the fuck. It's not gonna get better.
Yeah.
Unless they're really hot.
Here's the.
And the sex is good. And she's got nice jokes.
Crazy can only fake it for about 3 months. They can hide it pretty well for about 3 months, but then the cracks start to show.
Right.
And I've seen it time and time again.
And I've lived it and been
I
succumbed
think
to it.
the red flags are there from the start.
They're there, but
it starts to not believe itself.
Red flags are they
Reveal itself.
solidify themselves, right? It's like
an
oh, that's
onion.
weird that they do that, and then it's like, wait, they do that every time. Oh, wait, this is a part of a larger personality. Like there are signs. I don't know that they're gigantic red flags, but
signs everywhere. A sign.
Jogging my
Well, I think the signs are always there. Just you just acknowledge them
do
as they're hot.
that. Or you may not notice them right away because you may not have the level of interaction that's required to see
them in certain situations.
Yeah, like if all you're doing is going out
might
on
not be
date
smart.
nights,
And having a good
You might not be
time.
able to smart.
then
When everyone is happy and cooperative.
Yeah.
But as soon as there's any moment of conflict, you
Yeah.
know, she's slashing her tires and shitting on your taking grumpies.
Well, that's it normally doesn't start out like that,
No,
but
I
it usually
understand.
reaches that point.
Yeah.
It usually reaches that point. It sometimes reaches that point.
Yeah. Just crazy.
Yeah, if you
Then
have- if
continue to
there's-
stay in the relationship.
And here's a good bit of advice. If there's like a smoking hot mid-30s woman that's single, move on. Just don't even bother.
Really? Why?
Because any woman who's not absolutely batshit crazy by that point, guys would have made every effort possible to lock her down.
What if
And-
she's freshly out of a relationship?
Yeah,
You know,
I'd want to know.
because it should also be take into consideration like time spent single.
Yeah, no, I meant like one that's never been, like not any sort of serious, never engaged, nothing like that. Like there's flags
reason?
there. There's a reason there. You know this by a lot. I mean, there's that woman, and yes, granted, she may not have met the one for her. There's unicorns out there. That woman has had
More likely than not.
every single opportunity to land into a relationship. Most with guys that were probably shitty, but also guys that were great. And there's a reason why she has not. And what is that reason? You know, it could just
Tune in
be
to find out.
Yeah, tune in or get the fuck away. Or get the fuck away and realize it ain't worth your time and trouble. Because she's clearly going to be settling for you, almost universally, because
she's had better.
She's had opportunity. Yeah, I mean, if you're 40, yeah, she's had that like chance before.
She's had doctors and lawyers.
Yeah.
Where the hell did that come from?
Where the fuck?
God,
You're coming
is that
through the
you?
speakers.
Oh, hello.
God.
Oh
my God! All right, back.
You're hearing the world through his prism.
You got a sick and twisted world perspective. That's almost a challenge for me.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think that was all on me.
Yep.
That's okay.
Because you had Scout playing through the great song by Dart Mac Steve, by the way, playing through the studio speakers.
Whatever. That was all on me.
Whatever, dude.
Whatever. That's what the shirt I'm
the
wearing.
shirt you're wearing?
Yeah, look. Whatever.
Oh my God! How did I know that?
Shut up, Anna.
Sorry.
So there's this dude named Dr. Adams. He's not board certified, and I really hate him personally. I hate him because
Tell us how you really feel.
Me and Dan were smart enough to start the 12 Boobs of Christmas, which was an absolute just an icon.
Oh, it was huge.
It was just part
iconic,
of the
maybe.
And then it ended up being an iconic, globally, because when I was on Sirius XM,
that thing was huge.
Emphasis on the globes.
We would, we get girls from Seattle, Maine, Texas.
That chicken spot where you met Nikki. Did you not?
One-time winner of the contest.
Oh, wow.
Is that factually incorrect?
Oh, yeah, we had a lot of people. We had a lot of people that won it through the series.
The coordinates are on your arm.
Kayfabe.
Wow.
Okay, so
Dr. Adams ripped off my unbelievable contest. And the reason why he was able to do it, and Dan was always like, yeah, man, I just can't believe that, that the Board of Medicine is allowing this, being board certified. They already turned it down, said we can't do it anymore. And the only reason this guy is able to do this contest is because he's not board certified. But so they kept on doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And finally, and Dan and I've been told by good sources that this guy's a real scumbag, in my opinion.
Well,
so
real quick, but even before this meth thing, do you know in 1997 he was caught up in a drug money laundering scheme with a gay nightclub in Ybor?
No.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's that. And now
Flavor was the name of the club. Hey, Lummy, are you familiar with Flavor in Ybor?
No, I don't remember that.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
This is the story of Dr. Adams, the biggest hack ever. And Beasley, you going to deal with this guy? I hope not. Hey, Orlando, I think your mommy makeover stealing my concept might be over now.
Yeah.
Got some crystal meth in their
and
gift
how
bag.
about all the people that won from Orlando, knowing that the guy that's doing your work is this guy doing meth, doing money laundering at a gay nightclub? Doesn't matter if it's gay or not.
Well, it was. I mean, that's just a fact.
I'm just a fact.
Yeah.
If it would have been a country club, they would have said it was a country club. They would have said it was a heavy metal place.
It being gay is irrelevant. It's just
60 I-Team uncovering the criminal record of a local doctor who's still in business. Good evening, everyone. I'm Paul Legrone.
And I'm Wendy Ryan. Thank you for joining us. Authorities arrested Dr. William Wright Adams twice since 2020 for crystal meth possession.
Yeah.
And as I-Team investigator
Beasley, you're going to keep doing contests with this guy, crystal meth?
Who
Adam
stretched
also
out
found
Wendy
out
Ryan's
the plastic
face?
surgeon's first case
put
was
something on her
dropped,
face.
and now he's awaiting trial on his second case.
Quiet.
Hello, sir. Can you step out of the car for me?
Sure, I'm sorry. What did I do?
It's okay. I'll tell you in just a minute, all right?
That's St. Petersburg plastic surgeon Dr. William Wright Adams, arrested by St. Pete police while driving to work on May 24th, 2022.
I'm supposed to be operating right now.
Okay, that's fine. This is more important right now. Operating where at?
I'm a plastic surgeon.
Okay, where at?
My office.
Where's that at?
On 9th Avenue North. Okay.
During the stop, officers search his SUV as a patient waits at his office for plastic surgery.
They're putting somebody to sleep right now for me to operate on.
Okay.
So I have to call
Would you like me to call them and tell them? Or are they going to do that when you show up?
That gut.
Yeah,
Man,
it's bad luck.
you need to do some lipo on yourself, buddy.
That's aggressive.
After
Visceral
following
fat.
Adams from his home, police stopped him for questioning in connection with a 2021 burglary. According to a police report, the co-defendant told police Adams hired him to burglarize an ex-boyfriend's home. The report says a security camera captured Adams' vehicle, and neighbors spotted a man wearing teal.
Oh, so what's he doing? Getting up, like hooking up with all these hot chicks or something like that, and then leaning on their exes?
No. He's a homosexual.
Oh, he's a gay guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, at least I didn't know that. Didn't change anything.
No.
But it's now this is man-on-man crime, not man-on-girl crime.
He hasn't aged well at all.
Right. I mean, this is man-on-man crime, Brian, right?
Yeah.
Grubs near the victim's house. During the stop, police found a glass pipe inside a leather backpack.
Do you have a meth test kit?
They also found a packet the police report says contained 3 grams of crystal meth.
Boy, that's the guy I want working on my wife or girlfriend.
I mean, he's not going to fall asleep during surgery.
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law.
All right, Circuit Court in Fort Pinellas County is now in session.
Adams was charged with possession of meth.
Oh, is that him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Grizzly Adams.
Amphetamine and residential burglary.
And what kind of doctor, if this was your client, Brian, would you allow to wear a pair of jeans? Now, you're a doctor. You're not, Johnny working a construction guy deal. You're a doctor to wear a pair of jeans and just some stupid-ass pullover.
Bubba, do you want to see what he looked like 5 years
Pleaded
ago?
not guilty, but 17 months later, Adams has not stood trial on the charges.
Why are they slow playing it, Brian?
17 months court backlog from COVID still. I don't know.
Hold on, and this is him from how long?
5 years ago, and it's from him posting it too.
That's him. That's 5
That's
years.
more than 5. That's more than 5 years.
That's what they're saying. 5 years.
It's
No.
on his
That
thing.
was posted 5 years ago.
By
That
him.
photo is 20 years
Why
ago.
It's posted by him 5 years ago
Yeah,
on
that's
his website.
Trial is set
that's
for
not
December.
him. I mean, that's not
Pretty
him
close.
5 years ago.
All right.
Having the case worked out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
We observed patients and staff at Dr. Adams' office.
I appreciate it.
And when we recently called and asked to speak with him, we were told he was busy with patients. The Department of Health's license verification website shows Adams' license is clear and active, with no record of complaints or discipline. The 2022 case wasn't Adams' first methamphetamine arrest. A 2020 police report says sheriff's deputies seized this packet of crystal meth from Adams' backpack while he was going through security at the Pinellas County Justice Center.
What?
Adams pleaded not guilty to that possession charge in June 2020, and the prosecutor dropped the case that October.
Yep. There you go. Yep. You know that listen, Brian, you know that I know the prosecutor, somebody blows a phone call into somebody.
It's a boys' game.
I mean, right? You know that how it works.
Kevin Hazlett's got swagger, man.
Adams was attending a hearing after his ex-boyfriend sought a restraining order, claiming in this document that Adams sent him a message saying, "If you value your life, I wouldn't do that," in response to a threat to report him to the medical
You silly boys.
or because he smokes meth.
Oh, yeah. There you go. I mean, I got to think, Brian, that the medical board can probably drug test a doctor at any time, and if they would go in and drug test you and you would pee positive for meth, that they'd probably start maybe a medical license suspension type hearing, wouldn't they? I can't think that you can have meth in your system and be a doctor. I don't think you can you?
No.
Anything is possible.
Adams' ex dropped the case.
And they were yelling all night long, breaking stuff.
Who's this?
He did her eyebrows.
That's the
Frankie
neighbor.
Oh.
Stiles, who said she and Adams had been friends for years. When she had nowhere to live, Stiles said Adams allowed her to stay in a camper in the driveway of his $1 million home in St. Pete Beach. But that friendship didn't last.
The
police are coming around quite often.
Yeah, when the police all know him, and it's just like another random stop to them.
We obtained this report of incidents at Dr. Adams' home from the Pinellas County 911 Center, and it shows that during a 2-year period, medical personnel and sheriff's deputies responded here more than 40 times.
40 times. I mean, Brian, he's just some plastic surgeon that's just straight getting after it like he's at a music festival. That's how he's living life, right? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, for a cops to be called at your place for 4... Cops have never been called at my place ever.
That's crazy.
One call involved.
Well,
they've been called here, but
Deputies
only because
serving
you've been threatened.
Right, and they got called once in my old place.
Narcotics arrest warrant on Adams' then house guest. who a report says had crystal meth in his pocket at the time. Other reports involved what deputies referred to as a turbulent domestic relationship between the two.
Hey, wow. 94.1, you're going to keep using this guy for, 20 years now? You've used this guy for 20-plus years as your go-to doctor.
On May 14th, 2021, Adams' house guest went missing after threatening to stab himself with decorative fencing pulled from a flower bed.
You can't write this kind of stuff.
He was later found safe nearby. 3 months later, a report says...
I just can't. I'm envisioning his boyfriend grabbing it, like in a meth-fueled, shirtless, grabbing a piece of plastic PVC fence. I'm going to do it. I'm going to stab myself in the heart with this fence.
Don't do it, honey. Please don't do it, please. I'm going to call the neighbors. Listen, the two guys down below, they're fighting again. Can you guys come see it? And one of the guys said he's going to stab himself in the heart with the fence. All units, please respond to Treasure Island Willie with a fence stabbing Jones going on here. Dr. Adams and his boyfriend's at it again.
We got Grizzly Adams, the big bear, and his little twink going crazy again.
That Adams' house guest grabbed an electric chainsaw.
Oh, nice. Now we're doing Freddy Krueger stuff.
Up to the Florida Board of Medicine.
I did, and so did a few other people.
Stiles started a Facebook page with videos from Adams' home and arrest records. She says she gave those things to the medical board and talked to an investigator.
Did the investigator know he had been arrested twice?
Oh, yeah. I sent...
But he still has his license.
He hasn't even been punished. He hasn't been suspended, nothing.
It's just about people blowing in phone calls.
Blowing
right?
something.
I'm going to continue this on the. This is what we're going to open up the after show with, because supposedly the last time that Adams got arrested, he said, I want to call Kevin Hazlett, and they get Kevin on the phone. And the news cover, it's on the body cam, Willie. So that's what we'll do today, right at 10:20. After show starts, Rumble, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Bubba Army Radio.
Anna, get out of here.
Locals. No! 10:20. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repent.